Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Asato. The National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has instructed legislators to read the report carefully before submitting requests for further amendments if there is a need. He was speaking after receiving the report of the Finance Bill 2024, which was presented to the House. The bill's report will be debated for 2 days before the voting takes place Thursday.
It will be open to debate the whole of tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. You have just approved a sitting for Thursday morning. And remember that tomorrow you will sit up to 9:30 or 9 in the night. On Thursday morning, we'll again sit on the finance bill. And House Business Committee has directed that we will then vote on that bill on Thursday afternoon.
Embakasi East AP Babu Owino has given a 24-hour ultimatum to the police to release Kenyans who were arrested while protesting against the Finance Bill 2024. Babu warned that he will take legal action against the Inspector General of Police Javed Koome over his handling of the protesters.
I wish to state it clearly, William Ruto, Kenya is not your personal property and you will not silence the people. We are giving police 24 hours to release these peaceful protesters without charge, or we will move to court against the Inspector General of Police, Isaac Koome, in his individual capacity for gross violation of the freedom of speech and the right to picket and protest, which is enshrined in our Constitution 2010.
Although he's happy with the government's move to drop the raft of controversial proposals contained in the bill, Babu said he will still vote against it as the changes do not go far enough.
Demonstrations must just proceed as they've started. We will soon join you in these demonstrations after our debates, and I urge all members of parliament to still vote no, vote against the draconian, the oppressive finance bill that has caused untold sorrows in the lives of Kenyans.
And ODM leader Raila Odinga has praised Kenyans who marched to the Central Business District Tuesday to protest the proposed Finance Bill 2024. The ODM leader, who has previously participated in numerous fiery protests, shared a video of a young Kenyan protester who claimed to be representing Raila during the protest. Meanwhile, the Azimio coalition praised Kenyans following the Tuesday protest, saying in a media statement that citizens' power had put pressure on members of parliament and arrogant government officials, resulting in the current clampdown. And Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will be representing President William Ruto at South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa's swearing-in ceremony following his re-election. Gachagua will deliver a congratulatory message from President Ruto at today's inauguration in Pretoria. Ramaphosa was re-elected for a second term after his weakened ANC lost its outright majority. He'll announce what his party has described as an inclusive cabinet on Saturday. And steps have been taken to ensure the safety of court premises to protect judges, judicial officers and staff in the course of their duties, says Chief Justice Martha Koome. Speaking during a special ceremony held at Makadara Law Courts to mourn and celebrate the life of Magistrate Monica Kivuti, Koome noted that the tragic incident had exposed and amplified the judiciary's long-held security concerns. Koome said Kivuti's murder, while in the seat of justice, was unprecedented and amounted to an attack on judicial independence and the rule of law. She assured that the judiciary will work to boost security across all court stations using available resources. And City Hall has advised Kenya Power to consider ground cabling in the city to avert the need to prune or cut trees as a safety measure in the future. The advisory opinion was arrived at during the 27th ordinary session of the County Executive Committee meeting chaired by Governor Johnson Sakaja. The meeting raised concern over how the utility firm has been felling trees around the city, saying it contravenes existing bylaws. And Israel has warned the Iran-backed Hezbollah movement it will be destroyed in the event of a total war after a U.S. envoy called for de-escalation on the Lebanese border as tensions flare. Foreign Minister Israel Katz's comment came after Hezbollah published a more than 9-minute video showing drone footage purportedly taken by the movement over northern Israel, including parts of the city and port of Haifa. Israel and Lebanese movement Hezbollah as Hamas ally have traded nearly daily cross-border fire since the Palestinian militant group's October 7th attack on Israel triggered war in the Gaza Strip. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday in the middle of the week. And what's happening on these streets? A good question. On Huru Highway, not much going on. That's all the way from Mombasa Road out towards the city and then going out towards Westlands. We'll not have an issue here whatsoever, at least not for now. We'll see what happens as traffic starts to build up as we get into Wednesday proper. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway, which interestingly enough is not teeming with traffic right about now. As you get out from Garden City through the Pangani underpass onto Moranga Road in one direction and onto Wangari Mathai in the other. We're not having a traffic issue here either. Kembu Road is looking good coming in from the Northern Bypass, and we'll see a little bit of traffic coming out of Westlands, but not too much. Let's also take a look at Kangunda Road, which usually has started to pile up around now, and we see a little bit of traffic in and outbound as folks try to get towards Outer Ring. Speaking of which, there's not much traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass going towards Embakasi and then out towards North Airport Road and Cabanas. I think for now we'll be just fine. Keeping an eye on things as we get into Wednesday. You're here with us, I hope. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning at 11 minutes after 6 o'clock, and welcome to Wednesday. Kenya's biggest conversation starts now. How are you doing? It is the 19th, yeah? Yes, it's the 19th of June. It's Wednesday. And as we're getting into it today, it's been an interesting day in the country yesterday, hasn't it? And we're getting into Wednesday off the back of some very, very interesting things. But as we get into today's conversation, karibuni sana and good morning to you. I have a surprise for you. Wajiro's here. Wajiro, good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey. I am very good.
I want to stand up and dance and shake you and say, hey, welcome here, you're here. It's been a long time. Okay, first you have to explain to us and everybody why you've been like that.
Imagine. I took a break of necessity. Sometimes you have to stop and think. How are we progressing? Where are we? At a personal level? At a work level, and I've been in that, a mode of reflection and recalibration. You can't keep doing the same thing.
This is true.
And expect different results.
So you did an unplug, and now have you plugged back now?
I'm slowly plugging in.
I see.
Slowly plugging in. And very excited to see that, the terrain is shifting.
I love it.
And the burden has moved. Gen Z wameamka.
Absolutely.
And well done to this conversation. Well done to SpiceFM for radicalizing Kenyans suitably with good information, factual and objective information.
Well, that's a great way to start the morning, wouldn't I mean, it's great. It's great to see you. It's great to hear that. It was amazing to see the things that we saw yesterday. And when I say that, I had a conversation with somebody, later on in the day, who, not here, but, abroad, and just looking at and analyzing things that had happened, because he's very into, looking into revolts and revolution and seeing how people are going to come round to make sure that governance is citizen-centric. And he said, you know what? When we talk about amazing scenes, we're not talking about the brick and mortar that you're seeing, whereby people have been lobbed at tear gas and people are injured. That's not what we're talking about. But there's a beauty in revolution when there's the realization that you can actually take control of the governance. And it starts with a step. It starts with protests. It starts with saying, well, we've gotten to this step and we are not going back.
Totally.
That's the beauty.
Totally. It was peaceful.
Yes, it was.
It was relentless. People showed up, mobilized on social media. And I love the images. I love what we've seen. And the power of citizens being able to mobilize themselves without politicians. It wasn't Rao this time.
No.
It was civil society leaders. And these aren't even the traditional. And then it was young. Gen Z,
yes,
millennials,
who have an understanding,
middle class,
Middle class.
I was there.
Yes.
We showed up.
Yeah. Middle class
holding cups of coffee.
Still,
you know,
we're there.
like I'm here. People close their work. And you know, when you think about millennials, Gen Z, a lot of these are in the informal sector. It means they closed whatever livelihoods they earn on a day-to-day basis to be there. And mobilized and paid. These were not crowds for hire.
Nope.
And people were saying, we are working with this process until that bill is enacted. So we can expect more of the same.
And the sustaining of this, I think, is then what is important. It cannot be a one-day flash in the pan kind of thing. And it needs to be clear that it is not a protest against people. It's not a protest against... It is what it is a protest against bad governance. It's a protest against not taking the livelihoods of Kenyans into consideration. It's a protest against corruption. It's a protest against impunity, and that must be sustained until the day when you start to see the seeds have germinated and they start to grow. That is what needs to happen.
You have put it perfectly. This is Article 1. We are the people. The people spoke on exactly those issues. And I think when I was watching the president briefing politicians, the KK members, they looked shell-shocked. And I think this is them. They need to recalibrate and realize politicians are no longer going to be calling the tune, because they are engaging with citizens who know. Citizens who can summarize the Finance Act in a 3-minute TikTok video. Yes. You're like, Allah, this is a different level.
Absolutely.
And it's humorous and it's informative.
Well, we're going to get into it this morning and then, look at the, very different intrigues. We'll be doing that from 7. I'm going to tell you quickly what we'll be discussing today as we get into it. At 7 o'clock, yes, we will take a look at what happened with these protests yesterday. Protest against the Finance Bill 2024. Wajiro, another Wajiro, will be with us here at 7. She's an activist and the co-founder of the Mathare Social Justice Centre. And so we'll have a conversation about that and really then what it means in terms of sustaining keeping governments accountable. It's 8 a.m. where we'll have a conversation on the tax amnesty and what exactly it means. And KRA is saying, come on, guys, time is running out. We'll be joined by 2 guests, Karano Mushiri and Jerioth Amudhoni Mbai will be with us at 8. And then at 9 o'clock, fellow Kenyans will be here. Mutahi Kagwe, who is the former Cabinet Secretary of Health, will be here with us at 9 a.m. It's taken 3 years, but he's going to be here. Budget and involvement of young business people in politics and what that all means. So that's a conversation that we will be having at 9 o'clock. City was here, then he just did a poof. Let's see what happens. He'll be back in a minute. We'll take a look at the weather and come back and say hello to you. We can see all of your online live streams are up. Let's talk in a bit. It's Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. Since about shipping out.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, right, cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 14 degrees. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 14. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru, going to highs of 24. Wednesday, we'll see highs of 24 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 15. And at 11, it's clear in Eldoret, with highs of 24 coming down to lows of 11. Rain showers in Mombasa at 25, with highs of 28 and lows of 24. And we're looking into a rainy Malindi as well at 25, with highs of 30. Kisumu is clear at 18 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28 in Kakamega, where it's clear at 16, down to lows of 15. Kampala clear at 20, highs of 28, and looking into a rainy Dar es Salaam at 24, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 23. Out into Johannesburg, it's 10 degrees and clear, highs of 20 and lows of 6, while at 25 it's going to be sunny in Mogadishu, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 22 in a partly sunny Addis Ababa at 12 degrees. Lagos at 26 is mostly clear with highs of 31, and Kinshasa's cloudy at 22 with highs of 32. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Beijing Wednesday afternoon at 33 already, highs of 36, and we'll see highs of 22 in a cloudy Paris currently at 16. London is cloudy at 13 with highs of 20, we'll see lows of 11, and Tuesday night in New York is clear at 26. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it is 21 minutes after 6 CT. Good morning again, properly.
Good morning, Ndu.
Voila. People are looking for you. Where did you go? But I know you went to do the deed, so well done.
Yes, I did.
Asante sana for doing like that.
And I brought it with me.
Well done.
Yes.
So like we said yesterday, Eric is off for a couple of days, but we continue with the conversation. He's doing a walkabout, runabout, drive about. You know the thing Eric normally does. He'll be back soon. Worry not. Okay, so let me say hello to you guys this morning. Quite a number of you online already. My goodness. Don Sabwa, we see you. Bobo, CT, and Ifoma. No, Ifoma. Mine is Ifoma, not Ifoma. Ifoma's a different name. Occupy Parliament was or equals tear gas CBT. Say hi to Edna. Edna, you've been said hi to by Don. Peter Kiare is also tuned in this morning. Nelson Mukeria says good morning, good people. Agri Mamanyi is also here this morning. Good morning. Evans Ntabo is here, and Maimo is also here saying good morning, good people. Jimmy Gakio is here. Tana, we also see you. Kiongozi Omosh, we see you. Good morning. When you see the Gen Z on the road, be warned how hawaendi nyuma kama millennials. Revolution is real. I have to say that I agree with you 100%. That is for sure. Robert Omogo says good morning. He's in Mombasa this morning, and Felix Bosira is also tuned in. Dismas Ombuya, everybody has that sentiment. Gen Z showed up yesterday, and it was great to see. Kabogo is also in the house this morning and says good morning. Dennis Hamisi is also here. Vincent Mudaura says good morning. Akiki, we see you. Jeremiah Wanjala, good morning to you, and thank you for being here this morning. Also, Monica Oile, we see you. Good morning. Spices from a burning Ottawa. Tuna sweat. It's summertime. Summertime. Yes, don't worry. Nairobi will cool it down for you because we're going into winter. Aisha Rashid, good morning. Tuned in Kabisa. Good to have you in the room this morning. Siberius, I see you. Good morning. I'm going to insist on calling you by your full name, at least until the end of June. Sawa. Yamo, good morning. Good to have you here. Absalom, good morning to you. Good to see you here as well. Jimmy Wekesa, Karibu Sana. Andrew Otieno is here. Milton Awiti is also tuned in. Karanjan Jehia is tuned in as well as Sabit Yusuf. We see you. Jagi Gitonga, good morning from Mombasa. Sammy is here. A number of people that we've not seen in the room this morning. So that is really great to see that you guys all join us today. I don't even know if I can get through it all. My goodness. Everybody is woken up and ready to go. Shule is also here. Peter Mwindi, good morning. David Danson, Alex Vundi, Zachary, good morning. Spice family, the tear gas is bursting on the busters. Okay. And folks are saying, Zakayo, really? Wakanda Nation, hello guys and good morning. Thanks to your hard work every day. Tuned in from the Empire State. Good to see you. When you lose your fear, they lose their power. Wow. For once, they engage reverse gear. Absalom, we see you. Lloyd Mishuki is also tuned in this morning. And Edwin says, good morning. Looks like the Gen Z is out to bail the country out. Yeah, indeed. Good morning. CT pulled off, yeah, but he's back. See, he's back. Paris Mudoni also says, good morning. Hey, you guys have woken up with some serious fire. Tibbs, we've agreed. Sawa. Good morning. Homa Bay is locked, says Stephen Bogo. We see you, everybody. And Dave Lubale would never leave you out. Everybody, karibuni sana. Don't take it for granted that you join us in the room every morning as we have these conversations. So welcome and good morning. We are in Mauritius. I don't know. I had a moment there. I kind of blacked out. I don't know what was happening. I don't know where I went. But I'm back.
It's good.
Okay.
It's good to time travel once in a while.
Sindero, our proverbs this week are from
the Republic of Mauritius. Yes. Whose capital is St. Louis?
Nope. It's not.
Capital city
is Port Louis. You said
yes.
St. Louis.
St. Louis is the other place.
It's the other. Yeah, St. Louis in Missouri.
In the other place in the US.
Yeah.
So it's Port, eh?
This is Port.
Saint.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm very sure.
Absolutely.
100%.
All right, proverb. When the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows.
Wajiro has a thing to say about that.
Yes, because yesterday.
Here we go.
Oh, we must.
Let it go. No.
We are shifting a paradigm, so we must. Yesterday was a point of reference in Kenya's democratization journey, so we start there. Yesterday, I watched members of parliament from KK in State House getting a briefing from the president, and they looked very, very uncomfortable. They were in uncharted territory because they were sitting there thinking, wait a minute.
What's going on here?
Citizens have made Zakayo step down. That is what was going on in their mind. And they're saying, I backed this bill. And we've had some of these proposals actually came from State House. They didn't even come from Treasury. Right? And the MPs went and took these proposals, put them in the bill, and ignored the public participation. And they've been forced to retreat. So they must have been sitting there, politicians being politicians, calculating now, where next? Where next? Because they know their job is on the line. If they are not recalled, then, and they're lucky to get to 2027, they'll meet a very hostile, youthful population. So those big heads of our political representatives, quote unquote, are being cut down to size. They have received a mega Gen Z blow. Yes, in style. Because Gen Z show up in style.
Voila. There is the proverb laid out for you in today's terms. How do you see it, Citi?
I hear it as well as seeing it.
In full color and with poetry
yes.
and with youthful vigor.
I'm telling you.
Rudisha Kichwa, let it come back to size. Remember who you work for.
Who do you work for?
We are the people wameamka.
I love to see it, man. Okay, well, let's see how what other interpretations of this proverb will see through the day. Let's take a look at the headlines on the front page of the Standard. Very quickly, Ruto beats retreat amid tax protests. After 6 hours of intense talks with Kenya Kwanza MPs, President Ruto pushed to a corner by rejection of the unpopular finance bill, and chaotic protests was forced to withdraw 18 punitive tax proposals, but immediately introduced new ones while enhancing others. Okay, that's carried on page 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the Standard. I mean, there was very interesting pictures there. We'll look at that in a minute. 20,000 intern teachers to be employed. And then I will tell you what my problem is with all of these things. Court services paralyzed as slain official mourned. Monica Kivuti will be laid to rest on the 22nd of June. That's this Saturday. But courts then were not in session throughout the country yesterday. All right, let's take a look at the Nation, front page of the Nation. Then we'll look at particular stories as we go ahead. New face of protests as Ruto backs down. The youthful looks, dressing, and even the placards that wielded trampled on the stereotype that protests belong to raging delinquents who have nothing else to do and who are often politicians' hirelings. And yesterday, they took to the streets in their hundreds, armed with their smartphones, to oppose new tax measures which President Ruto and his ruling Kenya Kwanza Alliance MPs had just made concessions to. Where? State targets petroleum to lift to fill tax hole as Emil wants overhaul of the controversial bill. Don't just remove things, take the thing, turn it around, shake it upside down, toss it out, and then do it all over again. That's what they're saying we need. Take Kenyans into consideration. All right? Reprieve as judges and magistrates end go slow. They're saying, okay, fine, we'll come back to work, but we've got to honor our fallen first. How President shielded Gachagua from MPs at Kenya Kwanza meeting. This is on the tickers, and I'm glad it's in the tickers because what? We're committed to police mission, Kome tells Haiti officials. The government has told visiting Haitian officials that it is committed to leading the multilateral security support mission in the gang-ravaged Caribbean nation. Okay. On the back page of The Nation, we are unbound, says the CJ on magistrate's murder. It is not going to stop us from doing what we need to do. So that's on the back page. Let's look at CT, what you have. And then we can...
Well, I am looking. Why don't we give Wanjiro that opportunity?
Okay, Wanjiro.
Yes. Right.
Which one do you have?
Now, I think a couple of things. First of all, looking at the judiciary and the situation of losing judicial officers to a killing the way it did is a matter of concern. And noting that the judiciary has reacted and has actually said they will not provide services this week pending their issues being dealt with, the security issues. So this goes to the heart of priorities. On one hand, of course, we are saying don't overtax Kenyans. But the big question has been, where does this money go? Because there is a report that was tabled, I think in December, the Maraga Task Force report, that looks at the challenges in the police force. And part of what they said was underfunding. Yet we can see that the budget vote for the sector as a whole goes up. So the issue about funding is about the detail. Where do you put the money? Do you go and buy more armored vehicles and water cannons and import dodgy tear gas? At some point yesterday, I heard some of the protesters saying, hiyo tear gas ime expire. Ukiona, inatoa moshi nyeusi ime expire. So what they are saying is these people can't even tear gas us properly. They are so corrupt, even the tear gas is dodgy. That level of cynicism actually is very disheartening. So there is a need to ensure that resources are applied properly and that judicial officers can work without fear and favor. And I'm glad they are taking those measures. So one is that, to really, reach out. I think the other, of course, is Gen Z wameamka.
Indeed.
Wameamka, and they are showing us this thing can be done. Years of work. I think we've been slogging, saying let's pass the law, let's pass the policy. We've been talking. These guys talk less and they act more.
Indeed.
They talk less and it's kama si sasa ni sasa hivi. And they're out there looking fly, looking sharp, looking energetic. So yeah,
pushing an agenda.
Right.
100%.
Maina Kiai, of course, who is like totally a national leader who in the 90s was at the forefront of this, called me yesterday. And we're exchanging notes. And I was telling him, I was like a fish out of water. I don't know demonstrations. I was like, do we run? Do we what? And he said, yeah, that's fine. It's important to be there to show solidarity with the younger people. And he said, but our role now is to really step back and let them take this space. And he said in the 90s, when they were doing what they were doing, they also made a lot of mistakes, but they knew they had to do it. So it's really just telling Gen Z, it's your time, take this space, and we are here. Call us when you need our expertise. But it's your future, and it's the future of those coming after you. So yeah, I think we are seeing a shift. It's pretty powerful.
Absolutely.
Maybe last point is, why arrest protesters?
Hasn't that been the proverbial question? Hasn't that been the eternal question, really? Why?
On the
Article 37 has been called over and over and over and over and over again.
On the most significant piece of legislation for the people, which is the finance bill.
That's a question, isn't it?
Public participation, Article 119, citizens have a right, in fact a duty, to make submissions to Parliament. So why arrest protesters as they did? And then I saw a figure about 300 plus were arrested. And yet that place was very full.
Indeed.
So arrest them you may, but they kept coming in, coming
out.
in.
It was like a conveyor belt.
It's tradition.
Indeed.
Protesters have to be arrested and they must be tear gassed. It's tradition.
And keep them in their place. Let's take a break and look at traffic, and then we'll come back and see what's in the star, shall we, CT? It is now 25 minutes to 7. Time is running this morning, but we'll come back and look at that in just a short while. Yeah, we'll take a look at the traffic and be back. All right, so it's starting to build up on Jago Road, heading out towards Landis and then on towards Kamkunji. So that's pretty busy as we see it. And there's also some traffic that's heavy then coming off of the Thika Superhighway now. That took a while to do, but not too bad now as you approach the CBD. All right, coming out of Westlands, it has not started to build up. Still looking all right on Wayaki Way as you come then towards Westlands Roundabout. We'll take a quick look at Langata Road where nothing is happening here either. As you get towards Nyeri Stadium Roundabout all the way through and then into the city via Uhuru Highway. So it still looks like we're just waking up. You know, it was a busy day yesterday, so maybe folks are still waking up, trying to get at it. Let's see what happens as we do very quickly. We'll come back at the top of the hour and see how that has all changed getting into traffic hour. We'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
At 24 minutes to 7 CT, what do you have?
Top right-hand corner in Till Green. Ultimate prize. Please stop killing us. Judiciary pleads as slain. Kivuti is mourned. The story continues on page 9 in greater details. SHA tax, SHA, Social Health Authority, tax to raise 148 billion in 1 year. That's according to the Health Ministry. Okay? Humble appeal. This is a family of a certain gentleman who died in the States, and the family is called Wilfred Ojuang, and the family are pleading help bring back the body of our son from the U.S. family urges. Okay? Married a lady from the U.S. whom he met in Mombasa. Went to the U.S., has been there for a while. They parted with the lady. A neighbor found him dead in his car.
Wow. How long after the party?
Just one day. You know, we're talking about 31st May. That's when he was found dead in his car. So now, there's a bill that has been accumulated of 1.7 million that is required for him to what?
To come home, essentially.
Yes, that is exactly what is happening. Yes.
Tough one.
It is very, very tough indeed. Cash crisis. Treasury yet to disburse 98 billion to counties.
Surprise, surprise.
This is a chorus. Yes. Because it's become the norm that it's like almost every month, not every 2 months, every month, there's always some delayed disbursement somewhere in government. But most for the counties, there's always some delay.
Yeah.
How much? 98?
Billion.
Out of the allocation of, it was
390
billion.
Yeah.
So that's like almost a third.
It's
or a quarter.
It's about a quarter. Yeah. Left to go.
Yeah. Social services.
And
health.
the year is coming to an end in 12 days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, if you want to grow the tax collection, you spend in high impact sectors. Now counties, when they don't steal the money and they actually put it into the ground, health is a high impact because it employs a lot of people. Agriculture is high impact. So this basic spending that they deny counties is actually denying government the revenue, forcing them to come back to taxes. So the problem with KK economic policy is that it's missing the essentials. It's like they don't understand how Kenya works and they don't listen to experts.
It would be a bit difficult to listen to experts when they consider themselves to be experts, don't you think?
Just a tad difficult.
Yes. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, New Age. Young Kenyans rewrite protest playbook with social media and live streams. Yes. So unless you're going to go to communication authority, tell them to shut it off. Okay? Tech and talent power, noisy taxation demos. Ruto bows to pressure, drops some punitive proposals as MPs begin debate. Yes. So far, this is just drama, but high drama. Let's see how this will conclude.
I think so. And, just like, we were saying earlier, I think here we are in a situation whereby, for me, yes, I know that you call me freedom fighter and all of this, but for me, I think finally, the work that previous revolutionaries in this country have tried, and the foundation that has been set, it is being built on now, and it's starting to come forth. My hope is that it's not a flash in the pan kind of activity, and not for this drama and the high octane thing only.
It's a bit necessary, this high octane.
That's what I'm saying, not just for that. The high octane drama is absolutely necessary for you to see. But for me, beyond that, it has got to be that there has to be a sustained movement to keep government and governance accountable. It has to be. Because for many places, that's where it started from. When people say we're not going to take this thing lying down, not anymore. So let's look at some of these numbers. And the question is, if they knew that they could retract some of these things, why did they introduce them in the first place? So let's look at some of the things that were touched on after the PG meeting of Kenya Kwanza yesterday. It's a story that's carried by the Standard. What has changed? 16% VAT on bread has been removed, chucked out the window. VAT on transportation of sugarcane removed, out. VAT on financial services, that's foreign exchange transaction, also has been removed. There'll be no increase in mobile money transfer fees, that also removed. Levies on housing, levies on the housing fund and social health insurance to become income tax deductible. Okay, so once we take it from your income tax, we're not going to come and take it again, that 2.75%. Coco. Eco levy is to be levied on important finished product only. So if you get a packet of ramen noodles, for example, that has come from outside the country, we'll tax you on that. But if it has been produced in Kenya, we're not going to tax you anymore. No levy on locally manufactured sanitary towels, diapers, phones, computers, tires, and motorcycles. So that one is out completely. The 2.5 motor vehicle tax has been removed completely. Farmers exempted from electronic invoicing through KRA e-Teams platform. So remember, everybody was shouting my avocado, macadofia. What are we going to do now? That one out. Businesses with a turnover of 1 million shillings also exempted. Excise duty on vegetable oil removed. So now we can fry eggs in peace. Small business under 8 million shillings value exempted from registration for VAT. Excise duty imposed on imported eggs. There we are again. Onions and potatoes to protect local farmers. So forcing people to buy local. Excise duty on alcoholic beverages to be taxed on the basis of alcohol content. This is great. I think it's fantastic.
It is.
However.
And sorry, I was about to preempt you because the same paper says the committee chaired by Molo MP Kuria Kimani has, however, recommended hiking of the road maintenance levy, which is expected to increase the cost of fuel and in turn the cost of transportation
by 7 shillings,
terms
a minimum
cost of everything.
So we're just going to go back.
Exactly. So there's a hole in the budget now. And what we haven't heard is, are they going to reduce the estimates and how are they going to bridge the hole? And we know that this is being driven by debt repayments. It's also being driven by some necessary expenditure and also a lot of waste. There's talk about when you talk about debt repayment, which debt are we paying? Because we've had questions raised here. Have we already finished paying for this debt? Because it's not been audited.
Debt for what?
There's an accountability deficit that is driving our budget deficit.
And it's being ignored. Everything that is raised on that particular subject is like it falls on deaf ears.
I don't even think it's a deficit, Wajiro. In order for something to be a deficit, that means that there was some semblance of its existence somewhere. Then you say, okay, we have less. It doesn't exist. Nobody is saying. It doesn't exist. Debt register. We're in 2024.
Yeah.
The updated debt register right now stands at 2019.
Right.
The last time you were here, we had a conversation.
Right.
And then it was 2018.
Right.
Now we are here.
Same conversation.
It's now 2019, but still it's 5 years,
Same conversation.
Same conversation.
So
there's no deficit.
Overestimation of taxes.
Yeah.
Same conversation.
Yeah.
It's the same script. Same, slightly different actors, same script. Which is why Gen Z are out on the street, because they're saying enough is enough. And like you say, how do we tap this energy and ensure it translates into something? So this is not done. There's a need to watch this entire discussion, because the approval happens next week. So there's a discussion on Thursday, and I think it continues into next week. And we expect this government to try and sneak in provisions to get that money back, and they'll go for the usual culprits.
Isn't that sad, though?
And then when they talk about
government to do some hanky-panky,
how do you protect local farmers, egg producers? Why? The question is, why are they buying eggs from Uganda? Because why are people buying eggs from Uganda?
Because
why
they're cheaper.
Exactly. Why are they cheaper? Cost of energy,
inputs
cost
are
of
cheaper.
Inputs. Deal with that, which is what in their manifesto they said they would do: structural reforms.
So we still are in a position whereby things are not clear, because what has happened here is that I've taken away with this hand what I've just put it behind my back, and I've brought it here with my right hand, and I've put something else in there that maybe you will not know, but I'll do it really quickly and just try and cover it up. What I would be great is that if the character of this protest stayed woke, check me out using the Gen Z slogan. If the character of this protest stayed woke, to realize that that is exactly what is happening here, whereby I can show you on the face of things that I've removed 1, 2, 3, I would need your eyes to be opener to see that, it's we haven't left where we were, essentially, that things may have been, because one must ask the question, if you could, after a 6-hour meeting, undo what had been pre-done over the last 12 months, then why did you put them there in the first place?
And when you consider the principles of taxation include predictability, include tax justice, accountability, which presumes you would have a policy, some justification, not just putting in random provisions that are as easily put in as they are taken out. So even the manner in which our tax policy is being handled is a question. And, there's a need to rein that.
But when you say handled, who is it who is actually in control of tax matters? Is it Treasury? Is it IMF? Is it State House? Because we've argued in this studio that if you look at the time at the height of COVID, 2021, 2022, Uhuru was faced with a similar dilemma. Of course, we know he had gone on a borrowing spree, and then COVID came along and we were in dire straits.
Yeah.
Treasury, KRA, advised. He came up with a raft of taxes, not dissimilar from what we're hearing, but he was told, Chief, this one you don't increase. In this situation, you decrease, you reduce these things, okay? That financial year, the target was 1.8 trillion. They surpassed their target. The following year, it was reached 1.9. Again, they surpassed their target. The tax measures were reduced, not increased. So you have to ask the question, what do they really want to do? Do they want to raise more money, or do they want to just tax people? Or what do they want to do? And who is leading this charge? Because the people who make these decisions live here. They know the circumstances we're in, and these are not people who came out of university yesterday and are trying to see how these newfangled economic ideas can work. They've been at this thing for a long time. They know. It's not that they don't know. They do know. And do they advise correctly, and is their advice taken seriously? Or are we being led by the nose? Because if I look at what happened in Argentina, okay, in April, IMF came calling, and same raft of taxes that were sky blown, Argentina was up in flames. They threw in the same thing with student loans, reduced the loans, what have you. The protest was serious. Now, all I'm saying is, some of these measures that IMF insists must be applied, in my mind, these are experiments.
Let's try and see if they
work. But where have they worked?
Africa.
That is the question.
Where have they worked?
IMF doesn't follow evidence, because if you go back as far as the 90s, they have a script that, they believe in the free market, and it's a script they sell, and they use evidence selectively.
Yes, they do.
They ignore, because they use
they ignore economic reality and economic reality and practice.
And there's a conflict of interest, because as this concessional lender, because yes, they come as a lender of last resort, but they're still a lender,
Yes.
which means they have shareholders whose interest they're looking at.
Yes.
So there is a conflict of interest with the IMF and to also a large extent the World Bank when they enter this space and begin advising a country on how to deal with the debt crisis when they are a primary stakeholder
of keeping the country in debt,
of repaying their shareholders at the best return.
Remember that essentially these development partners, as you want to call them, are banks. They are banks. I don't know of a bank that does so because they want to have a kumbaya moment.
There's a bottom line which you look at.
There is a bottom line which you must achieve. So for them, they're after the profit, and we must remember that at all times. We cannot sit here and say that these international financial institutions are a friend of Kenya or a friend of any country that they want to lend to. At the end of the day, there's something that they must take back to their shareholders.
Exactly.
They must.
It's who they are.
Yes.
But then we must also remember our line of defense is our parliament. And our weakest link is our parliament. It is how we vote, because we as citizens have a problem. We like to sell our vote, and we like to vote in thieves and murderers and people who stand for nothing. And we must change that. But also, once they get in there, because also there are some very good people who get in there.
Yes.
As you know, in their individual capacity, they are great. But when they enter parliament, that house, the politics of it, undermines their ability to serve Kenyans. So I think like you're saying, this movement that has started, this revolution that has started, has to go the whole way.
Fully, the whole hog.
Why can't we? Why did Parliament barricade itself and we kept quiet? Because the drive, is it in front of Parliament, is barricaded permanently.
Yes.
There are these steps Parliament has slowly taken, and even county assembly members did the same. They barricade themselves. These are representatives of the people.
Yes.
How hard are they to reach?
You are barricading yourself against your bosses. People who gave you a job.
Reach me.
That is when the rain began beating us, when they feel, hey, these people are too much, keep them away. That's why would they agree to read or debate on a finance bill when their representatives have been arrested for trying to make submissions into the bill?
Absolutely.
They should refuse. They should say, we will not sit until
when there's drama
everybody's
going
released.
on outside.
Yes.
Exactly. If you
Let them
knew
stand
that
there.
you had a parliamentary representation worth its salt,
yes,
that is what should have actually happened. Yes. Let me tell you about this story, City, unless you have one that you wanted to do. Intern teachers, this is one of the things that they said suddenly they're going to find some money so that they can hire all of these 20,000 teachers. At least 20,000 intern teachers will now get permanent jobs beginning July. So yesterday, the parliamentary group meeting of the ruling coalition held at State House heard that funds had been provided, Gafla bin Vu, to absorb the teachers next month. The teachers will be instrumental in executing teaching in junior secondary schools at the pioneer class as they enter grade 9 in January next year. At the same time, the group also informed that 1 billion shillings had been provided to employ all junior teachers on internship. This follows a standoff between the teachers and the employer, the Teacher Service Commission, over their employment status. The allocation towards the employment of the intern teachers comes after months of a standoff, a strike, layoffs, and even a pending court case where between the interns and the employer. They now said that they need 10 billion to convert all the intern teachers to permanent and pensionable terms. So, of course, we don't have money. So they said what we'll do, we'll hire 20,000 first, and then we'll look into doing the rest. Sawa. The first batch, according to the TSC, they would need 6.6 billion to convert them to permanent employment. This now means that 18 billion will be sufficient to successfully hire the first cohort of 26,000 interns in permanent and pensionable terms. While that is great, you know what they need to do? Guess, CT. You know what they need to do while this is all fantastic? Guess what they need to do?
How many guesses do I have?
I'll give you 2 this morning.
I'll donate 1 to you, and then I'll donate the other 2 and 0.
So what do you think they need to do while this is all happening? Just simple.
You have donated.
You've given it back to me.
Back to you, yes.
No, I want you to say it. Just send capitation to school.
You know something?
Right, first things first. Schools must run.
The reason why you are the one who's supposed to say it and do is this. This is a charge you've led for the longest time.
My God.
And you've spoken about it, and you've spoken about it, and you've spoken about it. Now, our lived reality is this. When you have, as I'm looking at this screen, they're talking about new kid on the block. When you have a certain generation being represented in activities such as the one that we've been seeing, it isn't a wake-up call. It is very many wake-up calls all rolled into one. And it is very important that you heed. I remember days when the University of Nairobi would grind this city to a halt. Simply because they had something they didn't particularly like and they disagreed with someone or the other. Okay, now we're talking about something that's affecting the entire nation. This was Nairobi. Communications on social media. What makes you think this is not going to take place all over the country? Because day one, if you measure it on the scale of protest, success. So what do you think? Success gives people a boost. They feel okay. We've seen how this thing is going. Now, let's strategize and plan, because all these things, they're thinkers here. This is not random.
No.
They are thinkers. They are people who are keeping people informed. This thing is well organized. And believe me, it even has phases. Now, is the government going to pay attention to issues that are being raised and which are pertinent to every citizen in this country? Or are they going to keep playing this game they've been playing since they got into power?
For me, you should not have to force the hand of government to do the right thing.
Actually, you do.
Should not have to. And in the case whereby you do, then this is where revolution then has to come about, because you're clearly not doing the right thing. To the point whereby we're saying, come on, it only makes sense. You've been depending on these teachers to teach your new curriculum, and then you don't want to hire them. Then somebody has to do some kind of protest for you to realize, oh, we can find 1 billion for you to start. For me, that's the height of it. Not knowing what you're supposed to do, deliberately not doing it. And you've thrown your citizenry on this altar, and it is them that you want to sacrifice. And then suddenly you see the light, and you say, okay, actually, yes, we can hire them. Why then take us through all of this? Why?
You know, it's running the country like we're in permanent politics. Policy and politics are different, and the problem with KK is they treat them as one and the same. So there's so much guesswork going on. Whereas, like City, as you say, they've been told, reduce the taxes so that businesses can create more money. Pay these teachers, deploy them, because when they go to the local level, they spend. put money in with farmers. Why? Because they are at the local level, they spend. This is what Kibaki did. Kibaki sent almost 27% of the budget to the ground through the various funds. This government has squeezed that and has reduced it.
And continues to squeeze it.
And continue. So they are repeating the mistake. Now, they came in with a debt crisis, and it's very disturbing when you hear politicians beginning to say these concessions may affect the money going to counties. This will affect capitation. So the threat they make is that they will remove money from the social sectors that most need it. This is what is going to fuel the revolution.
How do they explain this situation where already money isn't going to counties as we speak?
As we speak.
Money is still not going to schools as we speak. So what is this thing they're saying? What exactly are they saying?
What aren't they saying? Debt.
Let's see how the revolution will be sustained. We'll have that conversation with Wajira Wajiro, who is an activist, and she's also the co-founder of Mathare Social Justice Center. She was in those yesterday, and let's see what sustaining we're talking about as we go through it. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It comes back after this. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The details of the finance bill for the year 2024-2025 will be determined today when the debate on the bill officially begins. Now, the bill has been officially presented in the National Assembly, with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, asking members of Parliament to prepare for the sessions that will last beyond normal hours, starting this afternoon and continuing all the way to tomorrow.
It will be open to debate the whole of tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. You have just approved a sitting for Thursday morning, and remember that tomorrow you will sit up to 9:30 or 9 in the night. On Thursday morning, we'll again sit on the finance bill, and House Business Committee has directed that we will then vote on that bill on Thursday afternoon.
This as the Finance Committee of the National Assembly changed some aspects of the bill to be in line with the views expressed by Kenyans and the parliamentary group meeting chaired by President William Ruto.
We have listened to the view of Kenyans, and we are all in agreement that there are two things that we must do. One of them is that we need to protect Kenyans from increased cost of living, and therefore the proposed 16% VAT on bread has been dropped. To support, again, on reducing the cost of living, we are doing something about vegetable oil so that we do not make it expensive for Kenyans. Transfer of mobile services is a key concern to many Kenyans, and therefore, again, we have proposed that we do not have any increase on taxation or mobile phone transfer.
The 2.5% car tax has been removed after the committee was convinced that it is not fair for motor vehicle owners to be taxed, yet they already pay taxes when purchasing their vehicles.
On the transport side, on border borders, there has been a concern about introduction of excess duty on motorcycles. Again, the decision that we made last year to incentivize local assembly of motorcycles have seen a lot of institutions set up local assembly of motorcycles here in Kenya. There is no reason why we must import a complete finished motorcycle from China. So we are putting excise duty on the one that is imported, but the ones that are made here locally, those are exempted. And it's also important to mention, to protect the vulnerable and those people at the bottom of the pyramid, the eco levy on tires has been exempted on motorcycles, on bicycles, and on wheelchairs, so that those people doing that business around the border sector will not, and even wheelbarrows, so that we don't increase. So there is no worry, there is not going to be increase in the price of wheelbarrow or motorcycles or tuk-tuks or bicycles or mkokoteni.
Well, in Mombasa County, more protests against the finance bill are scheduled to take place today. According to a notification, the protesters will gather at Mumbetari, Makadara Bus Park and Pembezandovu. Already their residents, through their spokesperson Hannington Mwagori, have submitted notification to Police Boss Mombasa Central Station that they will hold a peaceful protest wearing white clothing and carrying handwritten notes as a sign that they do not want to disturb peace. Despite some elements being changed in the bill, Kenyans have emphasized that the bill is generally oppressive as it aims to tax Kenyans even more. Likewise, tomorrow, it is expected that there will be more protests in Nanyuki and other parts of the country, as protesters are expected to continue until the entire process of discussing the bill is complete. This as Embu Governor Cecily Mbarire has warned Kenya Council leaders to tone down on politics, instead advising them to focus on service delivery, saying hustlers will send them home in 2027 if they do not deliver. Mbarire, who is the chairperson of the ruling UDA party, said leaders can no longer afford to be distracted by sideshows. Addressing the Kenya Council parliamentary group meeting its status, Mbarire said government allied leaders must declare a ceasefire and serve Kenyans.
For me, the most important is to make sure our team leader William Samoei Ruto gets a second term. That for me is the most important. And he can only get a second term when he delivers and gets this country out of where it is right now. That is the truth. Now once he gets his second term, Dindi Nyoro, Aaron Cheriot, Kimani Ichung'wah, any of you wants to go to climb up, tupambane hiyo wakati. And I want to tell you, some of you think it's only you men who want this seat. Hata sisi. So musitulete story mingi. Like us, we have no ambitions.
This is News. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Traffic in the city this morning, and it's starting to build up. Just around 7 o'clock is where we see it busy than it normally would be. On the Thika Superhighway, it's also coming in heavy from the Allsops Junction. It'll take you out towards the underpass, but then going towards Wangari Maathai and then out towards Muranga Road, not a problem. The roundabout then coming round to Globe Cinema, not an issue. So we're starting to see traffic starting to mushroom on Jogoo Road. It's busy coming in from the Makadara train station out towards Landis Road, and it's getting to the roundabout at Kamkunji. That'll be busy for some time. So you know how they told you that on Mombasa Road they're going to be doing some work? Yes, they started last night. And so coming in from Cabanas, just before Cabanas, out towards Imaradaima, I don't know what they're doing, recarpeting something. So there's going to be some traffic there early in the morning, but I think we're seeing because the trucks have been moved now, so that should be fine as it levels out. Eastern Bypass, not too bad. We will see that pick up as you go towards North Airport Road. Some of that will go on to Outer Ring, but then we should be fine. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they progress through Wednesday. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And it's a full house. Our guest host today is Wajiro Gikonyo. She think it's a good day to have her here, actually. I'm thinking about putting that all together and what was happening yesterday and where the revolution is in the country today and going forward. I think, I don't think there would have been a better pick for today. So, welcome again, Wanjiru, and, flowers to you. We have to say that, absolutely.
You like this word revolution, don't you?
See, now, finally, City, I'm allowed to come into my own. That I've been trying to do this thing and I've just been, stepping on the brakes, but now, proper.
But you're not alone. When Zero also got to a point where she was thinking, Connie, this thing is the needle moving. I mean, hey, we've been at this thing. And she said, Hiya. It moved.
It moved. And it moves in color and with nice drama and on TikTok. I love it.
There's another revolutionary in the house and we'll introduce her in just a minute. But there's something about forgiveness that City wants to tell us is very important. Today is the 19th of June. There's only 11 days left before the 30th of June. Because what?
Well, the amnesty will come to an end. KRA, in pursuing the mandate that is given to them by law, have to levy taxes. And you have an obligation to play your part, and your part is to pay those taxes. Now, when you don't pay those taxes, then certain penalties kick in, certain interest rates kick in, and suddenly the tax you're supposed to pay grows legs and wings, and you really wonder whether you can keep up with it. But KRA is saying, we are willing to forgive taxes. You have to pay the principal, but if you're talking about interest and you're talking about penalties, we'll forgive that. But it's now 11 days to go. But for this to happen, you need to call us. You actually need to call us. 0711 099 999. Call us. There'll be someone who will respond. And when they do, you'll be able to talk to them and they can walk you through a process where you can then pay in installments. We understand installments, okay? But it will be the principal. But please, KRA won't come knocking at your door. You have to call them so that you can arrive at this happy understanding.
Indeed.
Yes.
So we're going to talk to them at 8 o'clock. They'll be here. So, that we'll be to get some more details concerning that. But what to do with your money? Switch to something.
Well, it helps actually. If you have money, it's good. If you don't have, look for it. And when you do, well, beyond spending it and putting it under your mattress, you can bank it. Now, Stanbic Bank is saying, look, we've got some offers you need to consider because they're actually quite interesting. And since we've been talking quite revolutionary, imagine, for instance, that your mortgage can be paid at 9.7% constantly. It doesn't go up, doesn't go down, it's consistent.
9.5%. Yeah.
Imagine this. Now, you may think it's wild imagination. It isn't actually. Stanbic offers that to you.
There you go.
But that is one of the very few things that they're offering. In addition to that, they're saying, if you open an account with us and deposit 50,000 shillings, two things happen to you. One, you immediately enter a draw by virtue of that. And the draw is monthly, and then there's a final draw after 3 months. You stand a chance to win on the monthly draw 200,000, first prize, first runner-up, 100,000, second runner-up, 50,000. I get confused.
I hear you.
Yeah, it used to be number 1, 2, 3. Now this one is number 1, then first runner-up.
Yeah, we got to be politically correct. Yeah.
All right, fine. But then the final draw, 1 million shillings.
Hey.
Second, first runner-up, 500,000 shillings. Third, first runner-up. Second runner-up, 300,000 shillings. Man, this thing. If you have a dormant account, again, just talk to them.
Switch to Stanbic.
And switch to Stanbic.
If
you want to move your account and you want to have this benefit, just switch. Here they're saying, forget the moving, switch. On, off. Now this one they're saying on, switch.
There you go. Switch it on. Okay. The things that happened yesterday, I think could actually be made into a movie whereby you get a documentary series and you're able to follow that and say, let's follow this thing and see how it actually pans out and what lessons then can we learn from it. And I'm going to connect that because, Showmax could actually make a movie out of this. Showmax could actually make a documentary about the revolution that has happened in the streets. There's one such that happened and that premiered on Tuesday, and it's called Gigi. And it was taking the story of 4 young girls. It's kind of different because they were in a gang, essentially. So this crew's running the streets in parts of Jericho, and they're trying to find out how we're going to make life happen. And Showmax is saying, you know what? upgrade your streaming, upgrade your entertainment. Log on to showmax.com today and find out the different things that you can watch and see. And that's one of them. It premiered on Tuesday. Next episode comes out next Tuesday for as little as 300 shillings a month. Plus the Euros are on, and you can watch that on your mobile for 500 shillings a month, and you can see all the intrigues of this European football extravaganza. Shika Showmax. Of the stuff that movies are made of the stuff that revolution is made of, I think is one of the things that was recognized in the country yesterday. Wajira Wajiro is here with us this morning. She is an activist, and she is also a co-founder of the Mathare Justice Center. Good morning, and thank you for being with us again today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me once again.
How are you?
I'm well. Just
your voice is barely there.
Tear gas.
Yeah. You were tear gassed yesterday.
A lot of tear gas yesterday. But we survived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're here,
We're here.
ready to go again tomorrow.
Thursday.
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
It shows how intense things are.
Exactly. So, I mean, Wajira, you're not new to this, even as we get into it. You're not new to this. And there's so many things that have characterized what we are already calling a revolution, what we are already calling that it's protests against a particular thing, but seems to be the renaissance when it comes to folks are saying, you know what, we have a generation that has always been said, you bear the responsibility of carrying the nation. This youth that everybody has said, it is you. But here then we saw a very different kind of protest yesterday. Some things were the same. You've just talked about the tear gas and you talked about the police and all of that. Those things were constant. But we saw character shift yesterday. Walk us through some of those things that happened yesterday, from the planning of this thing to the actual, activating of it through the day. I want to do that with you in just a minute, but Siti's going to welcome you with today's proverb, which comes from Mauritius.
Yes. Did you know that Mauritius is not just one island? There are others. There is Rodriguez, it's an island. There is Aglega, and there is St. Brandon. Yes.
Okay. And is the population spread?
It is spread, but on the island that we refer to as Mauritius, that's the main island, that's where the population is biggest, but they're not really that many. If you compare them to Kenya, we're really many.
How many are there?
For argument's sake. Around 2 million. There are many.
Okay. Smaller than Nairobi.
Nairobi has too many people. in case you didn't know. Let me tell you, this population we have in Kenya is growing at a very, very fast rate. Anyway, that having been said, let me talk about the proverb. When the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows.
Wajira, what is that? Yeah?
I like that proverb.
How would you interpret it?
When the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows. I would interpret that proverb to mean when you are, I think, full of yourself, you cannot listen to advice that could save you from danger, like someone everybody knows in this country. Yes.
Direct.
Hello.
When
you expected a different interpretation.
No.
Wanjira's is just Gen Z.
Yes.
It's direct and to the point.
Yes.
Mine was long, but it was the same one.
Yes.
Same thing.
Actually, I was going to say she wasn't talking about you.
But she was talking about somebody we know.
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, I think that's interesting. I think that hit the nail on the head in terms of how it relates to today.
Yes.
So just walk us through yesterday, the planning of this whole thing. Usually they say when you want to plan something like this, you never let anybody know who the leader is, and you just go because that person then can be targeted. So what happened yesterday? I mean, we saw the pictures, we're seeing the pictures, we saw the videos, people were on the streets, everybody was moving in one direction. What happened through the planning of this, and what was the goal at the end of the day?
I think what happened yesterday was historic in the history of our country, in the history of protests. I've been to a couple of protests in this country, but nothing like yesterday in the streets of Nairobi. One, because there was no one particular leader of the protest. There was no one person we could say, this is our leader. Everybody was showing leadership from the point where they are at. So that is a major win. Depersonalizing protests, which is also a political win, because the government cannot call one leader and say, okay, let's sit down, let's negotiate, what do you guys want? That means that the majority of the people's voices has got to be listened to. The other thing I noticed was there was organic coordination among the protesters. It was organic. Like, people would gather at Nation Center, police would come and tear gas, and someone would shout, City Market. So everybody knows the next stop is at City Market. So everybody goes and gathers at City Market. Police organize themselves and come again, tear gas everyone. Somebody shouts, Archives! So everybody disperse, but they know the next step, we are gathering at Archives. There was also a lot of solidarity from businesses around CBD yesterday. Unlike other times we were protesting, this time we saw businesses opening doors for protesters, hosting, giving water. Someone was just giving water to the protesters. Like, my sole responsibility is to make sure people who are protesting can get water. Others offered their professional services, like doctors said, in case anyone has been injured, and a lot of people were injured by in yesterday's protest, they can come at X hospital and get medical treatment for free. And lawyers flocked Central Police Station and every other police station that protesters were being held, Kilimani and Kamukunji. We saw Kenyans come together for this country yesterday in all spheres. The young people were so unafraid. The protest started at 11 a.m. and were ending at around 6 p.m. All these hours of running battles with the police, all these hours of tear gas. By the hour, we saw more and more enforcement from the police. We saw more police vehicles, more tear gas, more as the hour passed. But then again, we saw even more resilience from the Gen Zs and the millennials that were on the ground. It was beautiful to witness, I gotta say. It was nice. It was nice. It was nice to see the resolve and the fight in the spirit of the young people of this country, and the fight for our lives that really happened yesterday, because it was a testament to the political sphere in this country that we are not going to watch as our country goes to the dogs and do nothing about it.
What do you think was resolved yesterday? Or what do you think, what goal was actually reached yesterday?
I would say what goal was reached was the reclaiming of people power and understanding of the sovereignty of the Kenyan people by the new generation of youths. That is a major, major win. And it came from understanding that there's absolutely no one to fight for us now. It came from a point of, if we do not self-preserve as a youth, as a people, we're going to have very difficult days coming by for ourselves and even the children that we are bearing and our siblings. So I think that was a major win for us as young people, realizing that there's no Messiah, there's no Savior, there's no Raila, there's nobody. It's just us, and fight we must.
Wow. That is extremely powerful. What would you say to those people who showed up for the first time yesterday and felt a bit lost because they expected to have more guided demos, and it was just smoke here, smoke there, people running, and I must confess, I'm not a Gen Z, I'm not a millennial, I'm used to the very traditional demos. I was among some. There were groups of youth that had come, but couldn't get it. What would you say to them? Because they came for a reason, and they were mobilized on social media, right? Speaking to what you say, people have realized they better step up. But then they were a bit lost. What would you say to them? Because I'm hoping that this bill will be watched until the very end.
Yeah. Yes. I think it was really brave that they chose to come, and we actually celebrate every single Kenyan, every single person who came to the streets yesterday. But sasa ukifika ground unasoma rada. Don't come with the preconceived conceptions about how things will be. Even us, when we're planning protests, we plan them a certain way. We expect them to go a certain way. But when the protests are actually happening, things change, we cannot bet on police will not tear gas us or will not arrest us, or because this has been the history. But Kienda, we see this is how things are, and many people stayed. Actually, many people went with it. If this is it, and I saw them, everybody was doing their bit, and there was a protest here, and there was a protest there, and there was a protest there, and I think even police were overwhelmed, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you think anybody lost sight of the end goal here? Because what we were talking about when all of this started was that this finance bill, in the way in which it is couched, cannot be what Kenyans are going to go into in the next year. So with the running, because it's interesting that you talked about this, that you go from one point to another, and somebody shouts archives and you go. Somebody shouts next place and you go. So remaining on the streets, did anybody lose focus about why we were on the street yesterday?
Absolutely not. If anything, the chants that came up that were not part of the plan were the anti-government chants of Ruto must go, Mwizi. Ruto must go, Mwizi. Those were not things we had foreseen as planning the protest. We had known that we are going to talk about rejecting the finance bill. But when we were protesting, I think that feeling of why is even our president treating us like this? Why are we even now being tear gas when we're being very peaceful? The other thing I must mention about the protesters was that it was the most peaceful protests Kenya has had in terms of the protesters. They did not cause any violence, any havoc, any destruction of property. They were very clear about the objective and the mission of the protests. So there were different chants, of course. There were different songs, even singing. When people are arrested, the songs of patriotism. It was beautiful. Yesterday was a day to remember in the history of our country.
Politicians are wondering what to do with all this, because politicians are the ones who call protests that can bring the city to a standstill. What do you think the role of the politicians is moving forward?
The role of the politicians is, as mandated by the Kenyan Constitution, to represent the voices of the people, which they have failed drastically. And that is why the people are choosing to represent themselves now. When we say we are going to occupy parliament, it's because our representation has failed to represent us and is counting on representing the president, who is seen to have betrayed us in very many fronts. If you remember, the campaign period was about hustler, was about the hustler narrative, was about making things better for wananchi, especially the struggling masses of this country. And 2 years in, we have the most punitive finance bill we have ever seen.
Yeah.
And the representatives are not being, they represent the voices of the people they are mandated to be in the Constitution. So the role of the politicians is to be representatives of the people of Kenya, wherever they are. And that is why there was the idea to text MPs, your member of parliament, and let them know that you need them to vote no. Let them know your position as a constituent on this finance bill. And even threats of recalling them if they do not adhere to these voices of the people.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of boldness and a lot of courage yesterday. And I think one of the things that have been said previously is that folks don't know their rights and how they're able to push for that. But I think we saw the boldness and the courage push through even this video that we are seeing here, when it was, why are you arresting me? What is it that I have done? That when we lose our fear, they lose their power. And that was something that came through yesterday very, very clearly. And I think it spurred people onto the realization, and even people who are watching from, the rafters, and it spurred people onto the realization that actually there is something that you can do, that there is a level of participation that you can be involved in for the betterment of the country. But then the question is, was it a Tuesday affair? And will it continue until Wednesday, Thursday, July, September 2025? And I'm not saying go into the streets every day. What I'm saying is that will that same feeling, will that same action, will that same participation be sustained over time?
That's a good question, and maybe to clarify that video was from 2020 protests, Saba Saba March of Our Lives, when we were protesting against unlawful killings of poor youths in the slum areas. Now, is this something that is going to be sustained? Is something that we need to discuss, because there's a shift in public participation in this country. There's a shift from the protests that we saw yesterday. We can see that these protesters that were there yesterday are protesters that actually know their rights, actually know the law, actually understand the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which states that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, which states that we have a constitutional mandate to put our leaders in check. So yesterday, it was Kenyan youths coming to exercise their constitutional mandate to ensure that they are putting the leaders in check, the employer-employee narrative, realizing it, breathing life to the 2010 Constitution. So I think moving forward, there's going to be a trajectory of going by the rule of law, of going by the Kenyan law, the 2010 Constitution, of going by what is right and what is just, which is, we can say that the Nyayo era tactics are now on a deathbed in this country. The Nyayo era bullying, the Nyayo era inhumane treatment of Kenyan citizens. That era is now on a deathbed in this country.
Really?
It is. It is. If you were in yesterday's protests, you would know times are changing in this country, because that was nothing like I have experienced in all those protests I have gone through. There was a deep, deep resolve to salvage our country from what is eating us from within. There was a deep, deep resolve to really stand for what we believe is right and is just. And I feel this is something that is going to continue. I feel this is something that is like a Pandora's box has been opened. It's like saying, we can actually bring change into our country.
I'm in agreement with you on that score. I'm actually in agreement with you. Why do you think the police behave the way they do? Because this is a peaceful protest. Why lobby tear gas?
Yeah.
There was no one causing damage. There was no one who was doing anything untoward. Why lobby tear gas?
That's a good question. If we look at the history of police in our country, police come from the colonial era where they had to deal with natives. And this is a continuation of dealing with natives because our country is still not our country. We are still loaded over by neocolonialists. Neocolonialists, yeah. Yes. So there has not been that delinking of understanding, especially from the police, that Kenya is not a police state, is not a native state, that this is our country and their constitutional law and mandate is to protect the Kenyan citizens.
True, but bear one thing in mind. People in the disciplines, forces or services, there is a rule by which they function. They obey orders.
Yes, they obey orders.
Yes. So if there's a leadership that seeks, because the question I'm asking is, do you think the police decide they're going to lobby tear gas, or are they given instructions as to what to do?
Because, they're given instructions.
Yes, when they're not lobbying tear gas, they're looking for people to beat up, okay? So is it that they're instructed, just aim for the leg, don't hit the head, or when you spot someone, so break the hand, but break it from the elbow downwards? Is it they decide to do this, or are they given instructions? I'm repeating the question again.
They are definitely given instructions, because we see even the police command say that they have not given permission for protests to take place. We are not asking for his permission. All we have to do is offer our notification about the protest. So again, there's a misunderstanding about the constitutional mandate of the police from the police forces. And the other thing is, yesterday, a police officer injured his hands while lobbying a tear gas canisters.
Yes.
If only he had chosen to obey the constitutional mandate. Because no one is going to do anything to you if push comes to shove. You are mandated by the Constitution to protect the Kenyan citizens when they are protesting. And that was very unfortunate that policeman suffered that fate. The other thing I noticed was policemen were actually kind of enjoying this activity of fighting with young people in the streets. They were having a good time at it. And we were like, this is so crazy. They're hurting us. They're tear gassing us. They're arresting us.
But they're enjoying
Why are they
it.
having a good time while doing it? Why are they laughing?
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
How about we take a break just on that point, and then we can come back and open that up,
let's
because I
take a
think it's
break.
quite something to look into, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
It's 27 minutes to 8 o'clock. Just talking about those who may be hurt or looking into a place where you can go and get specialized care. The Aga Khan University Hospital has opened the the specialized care in Roy Sambu. And it is the center where specialized care is brought to your doorstep. It's the Roy Sambu Specialty Care Center. Is located at the Jewel Plaza at the Roy Sambu roundabout. Some of the services available are chemotherapy, daycare, surgery, endoscopy, as well as dialysis. You don't have to go far to get the care that you need. Oncologists, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, and internal medicine specialists, among others, are there. It's believing the quality of specialized care should be available near where people are. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
Mi nimechoka. Unaniharakisha and you can see I'm in heels. Tulianzia Moi Avenue, then Kenyatta Avenue. Sasa tuko downtown. Kwani we are lost?
Baby, no. We're almost there. Nibile, I have many bank accounts in many banks. Let's cross the road.
Okay. Ona karibu nigongwe. And now my heel is even broken.
I'll buy others.
How do I walk now?
You don't need to bank all over the place. At Stanbic Bank, we offer a range of banking solutions, from 7 million in digital unsecured loans up to 14% interest on savings, 9.5% fixed rate on home ownership, and so much more. Start a chance to win 1 million. Open an account and switch your salary to Stanbic Bank. Or for existing clients, increase your balance by 50,000. SMS switch to 22208. Promo ends 5th September 2024. BCLB number 000105. Terms and conditions apply.
Uraia Trust, championing the progress of Kenya by strengthening democracy and empowering citizens. Tune in to the Situation Room with me, Eric Latif, and my co-hosts Ndu Oko and CT Muga every Thursday morning to discover how Uraia, with the support of the United Nations Development Programme, is making a difference with Consolidating Democratic Dividends Project. Engage, empower, inform, be part of the change. Catch us live and let us build a brighter future together.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions, partly cloudy conditions actually in Nairobi, going to highs of 23 and lows of 14 today, and it's 13 and sunny in Nakuru with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 13. At 15, it's mostly sunny in Nyeri, highs of 23, and we're looking into a sunny Eldoret at 14 with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 12. Mombasa is cloudy at 24 with highs of 28, and looking into a cloudy Malindi at 24. We'll see highs of 30. 19 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 29, and looking into a sunny Kakamega at 16. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 15. Kampala sunny at 20 with highs of 28, and the showers still continuing in Dar es Salaam, now full on rain at 24 with highs of 28 and lows of 22. It's 10 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 20, and we're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27 with highs of 30. And it's 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 22 and lows of 12. Lagos is clear at 26 with highs of 31. And we're looking into partly cloudy conditions at 22 in Kinshasa with highs of 31 and lows of 21.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, getting into traffic hour proper now, and let's take a look at what's going on. Coming off the Eastern Bypass, just a little snugget of that as you get towards Outer Ring at the junction. Getting on to North Airport Road and then through towards Cabanas, that seems to have been sorted out now. The trucks that are doing their construction, they're away for now. Let's see what happens again tomorrow morning. But then as you get into the city, coming off of Thika Superhighway, not too bad until you get to Survey, and that hold up just at that underpass is what looks pretty busy. And as you're coming off of Kiambu Road, also there's some traffic and it's heading out towards Muthaiga Square. It's now very busy at the Globe Cinema roundabout, and that traffic getting into the city will continue through traffic hour. In the meantime, how about you talk to us? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, at 21 minutes to the top of the hour, that's at 8 o'clock. We're having this conversation after a day of protests that took place. For clarification, I think it's important for us to say that these protests that took place were protesting the Finance Bill 2024 and looking at what many people have said are punitive measures being taken or punitive taxes, essentially, in levies that are being put on Kenyans. And that is what the protest was about. We saw a different character of the process. Wajiro is our guest this hour, an activist who was in the front lines of what happened yesterday. And Siti had a very interesting question as you went, and you talked about the humor or the fun and games with which police were going through that protest yesterday.
Let me ask you something. If you look at the police service in this country and those who are employed within those services, they are Kenyans, yes. But would you say that they are treated well?
Oh my, no. Where I grew up in Mathare, we had police houses right next. They would come to our sokos and shops. So we know where they were staying, the police depots. And those houses were horrible. And they had to share those houses. The tiny little houses. So their living conditions are also just as deplorable. And we were also wondering, is this finance bill that we are rejecting the same that these police and their relatives will be subjected to, or is it different?
Okay. If you look at the entire manner in which the police specifically are treated in this country, the sum total of that treatment, could you say they've actually been brutalized just in the process? Because remember, in those very conditions, someone dies, they are called. There's a body that's decomposing, they are called. There is a fire. Anytime there's something wrong, you've been robbed, they are called. You live in those circumstances, and yet you have this mandate to look after other people, some of whose lives are better than yours. They're the same people who act as either chauffeurs or bodyguards and what have you. It's part of the service. Where I'm going with this is, when someone has been brutalized, this is me saying it, what do you think will happen to them when you put them in a position where they can return the favor to a different group of people?
Violence begets violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Violence, yes, indeed, begets violence. And like I said earlier, there is a Maraga task force report that was tabled in December on the police service. And part of actually what it recommended is that all, from senior superintendent of police upwards, all need to be vetted afresh because of the corruption in the police force, because it costs up to 600,000 shillings to get into the police force during the recruitment process. And so the moment people are corruptly getting in through the recruitment process, whatever training you give will not work. And so they talked about so many endemic failures. This report was tabled in December, and you can imagine it's not getting the due attention that it needs. So one, we have a structural problem with our police. We've had a lot of reforms, but those reforms haven't dealt with the culture, they haven't dealt with the underlying. But the conduct of police on the streets is about instruction. It's about power and force. Because if you look at police services in other jurisdictions, like in the States, the Black Lives Matter, you can't compare police in the States with Kenya. Yet you see the same brutality. So we are saying for those who are charged with the care of lives of civilians, there is something extra that needs to happen in terms of the training, in terms of the discipline. It's about IPOA coming in. It's about the action taken. And like I was saying, it's about these members of parliament saying, can all those protesters be released? Because all that happened was young people were expressing themselves on a bill that touches their rights. Their rights.
Exercising their rights.
Exercising their right.
Yes.
They were being active citizens. The basic requirement of the Constitution. So my question is first, why lobby tear gas? In fact, there was a notification. They should have been on guard just to make sure people protest peacefully.
Yeah.
And only if people start getting violent or trying to and that didn't happen yesterday. What would have happened if there was no tear gas? Maybe it would have been a much quieter affair. Maybe it would have been less media, but maybe there would have been more people coming up. And we want to get to that stage where a protest is about people expressing themselves.
So, let's ask the question then. If, let's take the view that they are given instructions to lobby tear gas or to do whatever it is they do, to what end? Because we see this has been happening from time immemorial. In an earlier time, when some of the people who are now older were younger, they had the same zest and same zeal as you're seeing now. And yet, we had a situation where we didn't have this constitution. That constitution, literally, you had an all-powerful president who had literally the life and death over you. So you knew exactly what could happen to you when you opposed such a system. Okay? Yet they did. If you look at the police brutality, and now, there is a difference, but it's not that big. Not really. Somewhere along the line. But then, if you also look at what we're dealing with here, you're talking about the finance bill. Beyond the finance bill, there's the question of how do we get into a position where you have those whom we have elected to look and to shepherd and to ensure that our lives, we live good lives. How do they get into a position where they decide to make decisions that clearly will make our lives more difficult? What is it that's happening to them? Because that is the root problem, if you ask me. The finance bill is a symptom. It's not an end. So you get rid of the finance bill, but has the problem gone?
No. No. And that is why there's a deliberate effort to target the representatives of the people in terms of how they make decisions in Parliament, because Parliament is the lawmaking body in this country. That is why you see people saying, after this, we are not done. We are going to wait for voting to happen. We are going to see everybody who voted for the people or against the people, and we are going to make examples of everybody who betrayed the people.
What does that mean?
Recall, especially with the new improved and made it easier to recall a member of parliament law now. So there's more active participation in politics than there was before, and that is what is making us very hopeful that there's actually going to be a bright future ahead. There's going to be real change in the coming years of the country.
And I agree with you, Anjira, because like I was saying, if you looked at the faces of members of parliament in State House yesterday, they were shell-shocked because they saw young people have forced the president to step down. And our president is...
you might want to clarify what step down means.
Okay. Like you said, it's probably a mind game. They are stepping down on some things. Not politically. No, not yet. Yeah. They've stepped back on some of the taxes, but you need to watch because, of course, there are others that have come into play. And I think members of parliament are in very unfamiliar territory. They are used to telling and using citizens. But this is Gen Z, millennials coming out at a high cost because a lot of Gen Z millennials earn day by day. They are not, majority aren't on salaries. So when they're on the streets, they are not earning, majority of them. So it's high cost. So one, is that sustainable? And then what do you say to people my age, older than the millennials, who are sitting and saying, Gen Z will save us? Because I had so many messages like those. I saw even on social media, Gen Z will save us. So how is this sustainable? And then what do you say to those who are now waiting for, now Rao has gone, Gen Z have come. This leaderless, whatever, this very...
They have leaders. They're not leaderless.
Yeah, but horizontal leadership, kind of.
That's true.
What do you say to those who are saying now Gen Z will save us?
What I can say is active citizenship is not a reserve for any generation. Only that we are choosing to step up because as the young people, this is really about our lives and about our children. But active participation, you are not a Gen Z, you are not a millennial, but you're an active citizen. And when we clear the ground from all this unlawful dealing of protesters, because there will come a time when protests in this country will not be full of tear gas and unlawful arrests.
Amen.
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 Praise the Lord.
Amen. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Okay. Yes.
And this is because yesterday when Madam President LSK went to Central Police Station, police tried to tear gas. Can you imagine, Madam President? How do you tear gas the President of the Law Society of Kenya? But now Madam President promised to probably take legal action against the inspector of police because there's a clear violation of the Constitution. When we start taking those legal action and the judiciary and the people actually stand with the right thing, there's sure to be change because the Constitution is very clear. And you were there during the Constitution making process.
I see you looking at me. I look old enough to have been there. Yes, I was alive and well.
Yeah, so you understand how participatory it was and how it was the people really that fought hard for this Katiba.
That was actually people driven.
Yeah, people driven.
It was. If you look at the processes and the time it took, it was a long journey.
Yeah.
But yes, in the absence, it was one of the few times in this country where we saw literally everyone getting together, whether it's the religious leaders, whether it's civil society, whether it's politicians, we actually saw it. But then what happened? Constitution people came relaxed, in. Yes, I think people figured.
People relaxed, Now the task of this generation and this everybody now, Gen Z, millennials, everybody, is to breathe life to that 2010 Constitution. We still call it new Constitution. Why? It is 2010 Constitution. We're in 2024. We need to realize the aspirations of that Katiba. It is a very progressive constitution. And I believe people were not fighting for it so much and sacrificing all their time and everything just so we can say, oh, look, we have a cute new constitution.
Right.
We need to really actualize
and implement
that Katiba
it.
And implement it.
There still talks about the fact that quite a number of the areas of the constitution are yet to be implemented. I mean, it's not conjecture, it's just true. But even as we talk about things like that and we talk about this finance bill, another piece of criticism that has come out very clearly is that folks who are protesting have not taken the time to actually go through each and every tenet of the bill and really understand exactly what it says and what it means. When we're looking at the intricacies of governance and government and what it takes to actually run a nation state, we know very well that taxes are important and that they're a necessary tool for this to happen. So when we look at these protests and the manner in which they are mushrooming now, and when I say protest, it's not just in the streets. Protesting that somebody's reading a document where previously they wouldn't have. That's a protest to the status quo.
Sure.
In the moment where somebody's speaking out in knowledge, is not out in the streets, but it's a protest to the status quo that you choose now to bring on knowledge and understanding of what governance means. That's a protest in itself. You don't have to be in the street slinging and throwing. For me, a gathering and, reinstituting of knowledge is also a protest to the status quo. It means that now you'll be more empowered. So I think that's important for us to also understand. But at the same time, to ask the question that everybody who is protesting in whatever manner, do you think that there is a clear understanding of what is being protested against? Because that's a tool that anybody on the other side will actually use and say, you know what? You don't even understand what you're protesting. You don't understand the intricacies of government. You don't understand what is really needed for us to come about with some of these things. What would you have to say to that?
That's a good question. And it brings me back to the social media, what are they called? Influencers that took it upon themselves to educate the public on this finance bill in various fashions, like Shona. Yeah, that name, Shon Arwa. Yeah, that's the name. When she was trying to explain to the people about 800 million that is going to be for the president to decide whatever it is he wants to do with it, in a country where school-going children have been denied food because there's no budget allocation for that, that will push you to the streets if this is what the finance bill is standing for. The other thing is, and we have said this before, Kenyans actually do not mind paying taxes as long as we see what our money is going to. But where is our money going to, really? What mega projects are going on in the government? Why is it that we don't have medicine? Why is it that doctors are protesting? Why is it that teachers are protesting? Why isn't the nation functioning as it should be from the even previous budget? What's happening in the education sector, in the health sector? Where is our money going to is the question I think most Kenyans are asking themselves. And now we cannot answer that question. And then a bill is tabled to increase even more taxes. That makes it outrageous. That makes you want to come out to the streets and say, hey, no way. No way. And that is what we saw yesterday. So a lot of people understood that they were rejecting more taxation yesterday. From already a high cost of living situation. A majority of these in this country, they are unemployed, as you have said, high cost. A majority of you already don't have work. There was a bill that said every Kenyan youth should pay 300 shillings a month, whether you're employed or not. I mean, that is so insensitive. The mandate of the government, first of all, is to ensure that youths get employment. Every year we are churning out graduates who are not absorbed into the job market because there are no jobs. The other thing is there are other ways to improve the economy of the nation. It's not just taxation. No country ever prospered through taxation. And development must center the development of the people. Development must be development of the people of Kenya. It must not be development of debts that we are seeing the president take every now and then that cannot be accounted for. Can we have even an audit of these debts that are taken in the name of Kenyans? Can we know what they are going to? Because we do not know. We really don't. And we should know. We need to know. We need some sort of accountability about the finances in our country so that we know school-going children are not able to get food because of 1, 2, 3. Which is a priority, Yeah,
is it enough?
That's. I think that was it.
I think it's enough. Is it enough? What has happened? What took place yesterday? Is it enough to now lurch ahead?
It's a good starting point. It was a very good starting point.
It's a beautiful starting point.
It's not
just good.
We need to keep the momentum going. We must not drop the ball.
It's not just good. When you have a situation where people make decisions and realize that it is their life and they have the ability and the means to make decisions as to how their life should be managed, that is a monumental change.
It is. Yeah.
Yes, instead of waiting for other people to make that decision for you, because we did entrust people to do that and they have not done it. That is as politely as I can put it.
And they will not do it.
And they seem to show no signs of ever wanting to do it. We've seen it over and over again.
And they are in hot soup.
Exactly.
They're in hot soup.
They are in hot
Actually, we, like you say, we haven't tested the constitution fully.
No.
We need to test this recall. make it really expensive for politicians. But, to the question that Ndu asked, citizens don't have to know every clause of the law. That's not how public participation works. It's enough that citizens understand the implications of government on their lives. In fact, government has a duty to simplify. The influencers are taking the role government should be playing, because part of the reason our constitution is written in plain language is so that it's accessible. So even our finance bill should be written in plain, simple language, which should tell us the impacts. Now, government doesn't do that, but our influencers have come, and in 3 minutes they give a clip. Plus, people are living the reality. When you go to put your tokens in the electricity meter, you know how often you used to replenish, you know how often you're replenishing now. If you're buying gas, you know the cost of gas. If you're shopping for 2,000 shillings and that used to serve you for so many weeks or whatever, you now know how long it's serving you. So people are living the reality. Now, we also know that there is corruption. The Auditor General has said on e-citizen, which every Kenyan has to use, that she's not able to ascertain where those service charges are going. So, of course, when you do that computation, the question is, why is that money not working for Kenyans?
I have to ask Wanjira really quickly. So, I mean, we're winding down, but there's obviously a message that is latent and in the fore, both at the same time. What would that be? What's the message today that's still coming out that needs to ring clear from your head, whether it's to the president, whether it's to the House of Parliament, who?
The people are reclaiming their sovereignty. The Kenyans have decided to have a say on what goes and what does not go in this country. And this is upholding the rule of law, upholding the Constitution of Kenya 2010 as we march towards dignity and social justice in this country. I also want to say a huge thank you to the women that showed up in yesterday's protest. They showed up in huge numbers, and that is historic as well. We have not seen so many young women come to the protest yesterday. There were a lot of young men as well, but just to say hongera sana kwa wanadada ambao walijitokeza kwa mapambano jana.
Wanjira, thank you for being here this morning. Of course, the conversation continues. Thanks for being part of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning, everybody. It is 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is Newswam Dennis Aseto. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua left the country for South Africa to attend the inauguration of President-elect Cyril Ramaphosa. The inauguration will be held today in Pretoria. The DP who boarded the Kenya Airways plane was accompanied by Kiambu Senator Karungo Watangwa. The move to board Kenya Airways plane comes hot on the heels of calls by Kenyans to have top leaders use the national carrier for their movements to foreign countries. A statement from the head of Deputy Presidential Communication Service, Nyeri said the DP will represent President William Ruto at the swearing-in event. Ramaphosa was re-elected for a second term following the May 29th elections. South Africa's parliament re-elected Ramaphosa as the country's president following a coalition deal between the governing African National Congress and opposition parties. Now, the National Assembly has approved a special session to debate the contentious Finance Bill 2024. The special session was agreed upon during Tuesday's sitting, and the legislators have now scheduled an extra sitting Thursday beginning at 9 a.m. The motion was introduced by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah following approval by the House Business Committee. And Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party has proposed further scrutiny of the proposed Finance Bill 2024, even after the government agreed to remove controversial tax proposals. In a statement by National Assembly Minority Leader Opiyo Ndai, the opposition party said it would push the President William Ruto-led government to implement more changes to the bill to to make it favourable to the people. Terming the move by the Kenya Kwanza government to remove controversial proposals mind games to Kenyans, the coalition opined that the drastic changes of mind was ill-intended to dupe the public to restore their belief in the government's need to change the economy. And the Media Council of Kenya has lashed out at the police following incidents of harassment and arrest of journalists who were covering protests against the contentious Finance Bill 2024 in the Nairobi Central Business District. MCK CEO David Omoyo termed the attacks by armed police officers who were supposed to protect the journalists as unwarranted, since the pressmen and women sufficiently identified themselves using their accredited media badges and jackets. He went on to identify at least 5 journalists who were unjustifiably attacked and arrested while in the line of duty at the Occupy Parliament protest, among them 2 from international media houses and 3 attached to local outlets. Among those arrested include a Standard Media Group journalist who was arrested and violently hauled out of a police vehicle, sustaining injuries. And HIV infections in the country have decreased by 68%. The Ministry of Health has also indicated that the transmission of HIV from expectant mothers to the child has also decreased by 65%. Speaking in Mombasa at the HIV Service Delivery Integration Summit, head of the Family Health Department in the Ministry of Health, Bashir Isaac, said that the number of patients receiving treatment is 4 million.
We have reduced mortality by 78%. We have reduced infection by 68%. We have reduced maternal to child transmission by 65%. And we have from zero number of people on treatment to 1.4 million people on free treatment, not costing them, the client, anything. And it's not pegged on your paycheck, or you don't have to get an insurance to get access to those. And we have also progressed in terms of the number of treatment modalities, medicines, diagnostic, and all those things, and even monitoring of the people who are on treatment.
Bashir added that the number of Kenyans coming forward to be tested for the virus has increased to between 74 to 78%.
Right now, as a country, we are at 98, 94 in terms of testing the number of people who have HIV/AIDS, in terms of putting them on treatment, and in terms of having viral suppression for monitoring them and for their health. At the same time now, while people used to die very early in their young age when they get HIV, today the pyramid of the age cohorts, that most of the people are between 30 and 64. That changes. Before it was from 30 and below.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Breathing.
Okay, so where are we this morning in terms of traffic? What's happening here and there coming into the city? Off of the Thika Superhighway, traffic still continues to be a thing, and it's really heavy as you get towards that underpass. And then on Kiambu Road, still continuing from the junction. There's some traffic then coming in from Kiambu Road going towards Muthaiga Square. All right, what else is happening as we look at it coming in from the Ngong Road? There's some traffic then busy going towards the city centre, and it's also busy coming in to the city tricky from Langata Road going out onto Huru Highway through the city. All right, we're keeping an eye on all of this. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off of Wayaki Way, and not much actually as you cross over to the Red Hill Link Road coming in from James Gishuru. An eye on everything is what we'll keep this morning. Let us also know what's going on where you are. We will talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed it is, and we're getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning, wherever you're tuned in around the country and indeed around the world. Welcome. And as we continue, our live streams are up all over on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Karibu Sana. We are getting into a tax conversation. Actually, I'm going to call it an amnesty conversation. And that's into this third hour this morning. But before we get to that, where you can put your money. CT has a place where you can put your money and where you can also win money and also fantastic things that are happening here, there and everywhere. Nespa? Okay, no, so CT is not talking right now.
Well, the thing about French is I don't understand it, but you go around Nesparing yourself as much as you like.
Okay. I'll Nespa myself. So let me say, so we're asking you to switch to Standard. And Standard is saying, you know what, open an account with us and you can actually do it on your phone. So long as you have a phone that is internet enabled and you can actually take a selfie, you can open your account on your phone, take a picture of yourself, open your account and get to go from the comfort of your wherever you are. Now, when you open this account and you fund it with 50,000 shillings, guess what? Every month for the next 3 months, there are folks who are winning money. Like this, 100,000, 50,000, 200,000. So it goes from 200,000, 100,000, 50,000 shillings for the winner, runner-up and first runner-up. And that's just because you put money in your account. Then after 3 months, there's a grand draw where 1 million shillings can be won by the winner, 500,000 shillings by the first runner-up, and then 300,000 shillings by the first runners up. Okay, so that's all happening just because you made the switch. Then imagine you wanted to buy a house. This same bank is saying, you know what, we're going to offer you a fixed term rate for the term of your loan. We're going to offer it to you at a fixed percentage of 9.5%. That's basically like saying, take the money, buy a house, and just give us back the same money late after the term. It does exactly what it sounds like, and nobody's going to come and do anything in between where they say, well, you know, according to it's going. No, fixed term means it doesn't change. 9.5%, it's a steal and something to take advantage to. And this can all happen when you make the switch to Stanbic. So switch to Stanbic and win money, open your account, do all sorts of fantastic things once you make the switch. Sawa. What do you do over the weekend? Watch TV. The Euros have started and you say, okay, so I'm going to be busy. I can't go. Guess what? You can download the Showmax app on your phone. You pay as little as 500 bob and you can watch the matches wherever you are on your phone and see who will rule Euro. You can also watch a great series that just premiered over the last couple of days called Gigi. And it's a group of girls and they're going through this whole, you know, the rigors of life through Jericho and who they run into and what they have to do. So Jules and her crew going around, and you can watch this and other great entertainment on Showmax. It's Africa's upgraded streaming platform, and you can download or you visit the website www.showmax.com. Shika Showmax. Like I said, we're getting into a forgiveness conversation today. Let's just call it that. Yeah. Okay. And our two guests are in the studio this morning. Karanu Mushiri is a tax expert with the Kenya Revenue, and Jerioth Muthoni Mbai is also here with us. And we're looking at, they're the guys who understand this thing. They're tax experts. They can wake up in the middle of their sleep and we say, if I do hush, and they say, yes, actually. In the morning, very early, they're able to tell you what to do, when to do, who to go to, where to go, isn't it? Yes, you guys are the ones. And we're having a conversation about why we should take advantage of the amnesty and take advantage of that today. So, welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation. You are in the hot seats of the Situation Room today. CT is here. Wajiro is our guest host for today, and we're all having this conversation so they can help us understand a little bit more about what's going on. But you know how when you go to people's homes, they welcome you with a cup of tea? We welcome you with a proverb. And CT goes to African countries. He's a great guy because he's able to go visa, no problem. Goes, picks up these proverbs, and he comes back, and then he gives them to you. Your job is to interpret this and tell us now what it means to you after he's done that. Good?
Good.
Voila. Roger?
Yes, our proverbs the whole of this week come from the Republic of Mauritius. When the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows.
Okay.
Karan?
Thank you, CT, Shiro, and Ndu for having us today. Listening to your proverb, CT, when the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows.
Nope.
I think as you grow or as you elevate in the echelons of power, expectations rise. And there's a point at which now you can't dodge them because with more power comes more responsibility. So the bigger your head grows, the more that is expected of you. Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
What about you, Muthoni? These guys have come with expertise apart from tax. Let's see if Muthoni is also going to share.
Good morning.
Good
and
morning.
Thank you so much for hosting us. I think I agree with Karanu's explanation or my interpretation of the proverb, but I would also interpret it as the more you're out there, the more you're out there, the more your matters are out there, the more you're likely to get targeted.
You see? The more visible you are.
The more visible you are.
We hear your pain.
Yeah. The more you're
We
likely
hear
to get
your pain.
Ajiro wants to tell you something.
I think I feel your pain. I must speak because I have a very close relative who runs a business. And since the last maybe 4 or 5 years, KRA has, I think, set up a desk almost in their office for daily monitoring. And I think businesses have had a very painful time because of the manner of tax collection. So when I hear what you're saying, on your side, I think it's also been difficult.
Yes.
I think the targets have been high, and this money is collected at a difficult time. So I can imagine the pain is on both sides.
Yes.
What would you want to say to business people who see that number and think, oh my God, who think of you on the weekend and on Sunday? Because I think you're terrorizing their lives. What would you want them to, what would you want to say to them?
For a moment there, Wanjiro, I thought you'd had a road to Damascus experience and you had changed, but you're still the same.
Good. Sure, what I think is, number one, if you've not been doing your taxes for quite a long time, and it is like that with so many other things in life, not just taxes, when it all comes down and it needs to be done, you'll have a lot to do. But there are people who've been complying since they got pins. They've been compliant. They file, they pay. They file, they pay. There are people who file and accumulate. They don't pay. You file, you don't pay. There are other people who just do business, they don't declare. So when you're needed to declare, you find yourself with a huge bulk that needs to be done, to be declared, to be paid. And now at that point, people tend to think and say that KRA is harsh on me, KRA has been harsh on me. But even when that happens, I would like to demystify this. KRA is not as scary as people have always thought. You can come forward. So many people have come forward with their tax issues. This is what is in the table. I cannot pay this whole amount at once. We offer payment plans. Yeah. And so long as you stick to your payment plan, nobody is going to bother you. You go on with your business, and we're not going to.
Yeah. Okay. Now, of course, the tax regime changed because of. Is there the advanced taxes? It's also the taxing at is it at billing or at invoicing, so that the moment somebody has procured a service, they then need to pay tax for that, and they have 30, 60 days waiting for the creditor to pay. How do you operate in that space when you're really taxing somebody for money they haven't collected?
Yeah, no, that may sound as a problem. I would love to agree with you on that, Shiro, because what people don't understand is when you go to the law, I think when you're talking about this, you're specifically talking about VAT. VAT, there's something called the tax point. When does VAT become due? It is the earliest of when you issued your invoice, got the certificate, the payment, or the delivery of the services or the goods. That is the tax point.
Okay.
So if you go by the law, you need to declare VAT at the tax point, and the tax point is the earliest of the four, whichever comes first.
So would we be right in saying that of the businesses that the government owes some 800 billion in pending bills, that possibly some of those businesses actually had to pay their VAT for money that they are yet to collect? So that's out of KRA's hands, but that's the reality.
That is the law. It is not in care. Now that would have to, we would have to change the law if we wanted to make it a little bit more accommodative.
And KRA doesn't make laws.
Doesn't make law. You enforce.
We enforce.
And then could your missed targets, because KRA has been operating on the basis of missed targets. And of course, you have a champion in the Auditor General who says those targets are not realistic, but again, KRA does not set the targets, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could those missed targets be because of these pending bills? What is causing these missed targets?
It can't be entirely because of the pending bills, definitely, but we can say it's because of when it comes to missing targets and the pending bills, there is definitely a correlation.
But let me ask a question, Wanjiro. If we're talking about pending bills, where does KRA come in?
They come in because the moment that company gave the service,
yes,
issued an invoice,
yes,
they needed to pay VAT on that.
Yes.
That company has then delivered whatever service, is waiting to be paid, but they need to pay KRA.
Yes.
So they either will pay and have a deficit in their accounts, or they won't pay, and KRA then can't collect. So KRA shows they should collect that money, but they can't collect. So pending bills means businesses aren't paid, but they have to pay tax even though they haven't been paid.
Okay, I think that's a good precursor to this conversation now when we're looking at what the responsibility then of citizens and what they need to do then in terms of their individual payments. So now we're looking at a time when we're going to the season where a lot of these returns must be filed, where sometimes you are in a situation whereby there have been interest and penalties levied on a payment that has been unmade, and so we're going into that amnesty offer period. What would get us to the point whereby you have to apply for an amnesty here, and we're saying, is it because returns have not been filed? Is it that we're saying that we have not met the deadline? Where are we with all of this, Karan?
Okay. So the amnesty program was rolled out with the Finance Act of 2023, and it was from effect of 1st September of 2023 and ending on the 30th of June this year, 2024. This was out of a need by the Kenya Revenue Authority to facilitate our taxpayers, because ultimately we believe in tax facilitation and compliance of the said taxpayers. So the feedback that we got during last year's finance bill, when it was a finance bill 2023 engagement, is that taxpayers would like to come into the tax bracket, but they need a form of reprieve. So the proposal at the time that was passed in the Finance Act of 2023 was to induce, or rather to bring in, the amnesty program. And now the amnesty program simply states this, that you come and pay your principal tax, and as a revenue authority, should you qualify, we shall forgo all penalties and all interest that is due at the time. So this is a program that we have been running for the past 9 months, and we're telling our taxpayers, please come. Whatever you owe, the tax due, all penalties, all interest, all fines, all principal, the only thing the authority is asking you is that should you pay all your principal tax on or before the 30th of June, subject to you qualifying, you shall have a 100% amnesty on your penalties and interest.
So how would I accrue penalties and interests on what? Did I not file my tax returns? Did I do them late? Did I just disappear under the radar from KRA? What did I do that will get me to the point whereby I need to then apply for amnesty?
Remember that your interaction with the regulator, Kenya Revenue Authority, is mostly a compliance function. And for us to be able to move forward this nation we call Kenya, we need taxpayers to comply with their respective tax obligations. So when you have a fine, or when you have a penalty, or when you have an interest, it's because you were not compliant in one area. It could be a non-filing compliance issue. It could be a late filing compliance issue. It could be a late payment compliance issue. Because remember, all of these things are pegged on what we call due dates. So if you file your VAT late, or if you pay your VAT late, there are penalties and interest that come with that, or payee, or your annual tax. And all of this is valid tax due, because when you go to the definition of tax, it is principal, penalties, and interest. That is valid tax. So KRA, in an effort to meet our taxpayers halfway, or to help them on this compliance journey, we said, come and pay your principal. We're willing to give you an amnesty on the penalties and interest on the non-compliance you have had, so that we can onboard you onto the compliance program.
What was the target of, because you'd have an idea, and people could file, they underfile, or whatever reason. What has been the uptake on the amnesty in terms of what you had targeted? Are people taking it up?
Actually, we do. We've had very positive response from our taxpayers. We have seen that year to date, when I looked at the figures sometime last week, we've had an uptake in excess of 1 million taxpayers coming forward and saying that they want to benefit from the tax amnesty program. In that same period, we have collected in excess of 20 billion. But here's the thing that I'd also like to emphasize. In the amnesty program, KRA has foregone tax revenue of over 200 billion in penalties and interest, because we really are interested in ensuring that our taxpayers are compliant.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's maybe then go back to the ABCs of all of this.
Yeah.
That we might overlook it, but there's a very high possibility that folks are still unsure about what to do to file, where, when, how, what, right? So can you take us back there to that filing of returns? What exactly, Modoni, is supposed to happen at that time, June 30th, however, people knew since January that you should file by June, but what's supposed to happen, for all avoidance of doubt?
Filing of returns, that's what we want. Okay. When it comes to filing returns, you cannot, let me first say something. You cannot file returns for income tax until the period is over. Okay? So right now people are filing January to December 2023.
Yes.
Because it ended.
Yes.
And when are you supposed to file it? By the 60th month after the end of the period.
So by June.
Exactly, by June. That is what I wanted to get.
Okay.
And that applies for all individuals. The period ends in December 31st. But there are companies, of course. So that is why I have talked about the 6 months period to file your returns, especially for companies. Now, if you do not do that, you will attract penalties.
Okay.
If you do not file your returns on time, you will attract penalties. If you do not pay whatever you have filed you're supposed to pay, if you do not pay it on time, you're lost.
No, I'm following you. Yes.
If you do not pay it on time.
She's just playing the high taxes and
I'm trying to figure out my penalties.
If you do not pay it on time, it begins to attract interest. And interest is based on principal tax. Okay? And of course, the induplum applies. You cannot, the interest should not go beyond the principal. Yeah, of course, that applies even with KRA. But what I'm basically saying, if you do not file your returns on time, you will get penalties. If you do not pay on time, interest shall start to accumulate on the principal tax that you failed to pay on time.
What's the interest rate, by the way?
Sorry?
The rates,
1% per
annum.
No. Per month. It's 1% per month.
You're rich.
Let me ask this question. When you brought in the issue of what's that thing called? The one where you haven't been paid pending bills. Yes. Somebody owes money, they are owed, they haven't been paid, and they can't pay taxes because they don't have the money because they haven't been paid. What do they do? The pending bill story with regards to tax. I have interest, I have penalties, but the reason I have interest and penalties is because, in all honesty, I haven't been paid, and I'm waiting to be paid, but I'm not being paid. But there's this situation. Now, when I call 0711099999, how will I be assisted in this situation? Because I'm really willing to pay.
But don't you file based on something that you've already received? So
No.
now this is I'm asking for people because this is a genuine concern. That there is the thinking, and I'm sorry, I'm dovetailing on what you said
done
here.
A good thing. You've actually
trying to open up a little bit because there is the assumption for a lot of people out here, and I think that's why it's very important that we're having this conversation, that I don't have to file anything for payment that I have not received. I've not received the money, so you cannot then claim that I can pay you. Is that a misconception?
It is a misnomer because businesses operate on the accruals concept of accounting and not on a cash basis of accounting. So when you follow the accruals concept of accounting, you account for your business as and when the service is incurred, not as and when you receive the actual cash. And therefore, when you extrapolate it into taxation, the same applies. So that is why she was talking about issues of tax point, where VAT is concerned. And even when you're filing your returns, for example, what you were mentioning, we look at what is your fiscal calendar. For individuals, KRA has capped the fiscal calendar at December for everybody. Businesses have the luxury of choosing when their fiscal calendar shall end, but they too must account for their taxes within 6 months after the end of their fiscal calendar.
Okay.
So that is why taxpayers must file their returns on or before June, but they have from January to do so.
So then comes in CT's question. I've put that in my computation.
Yes.
It is money expected.
Yes.
Right? Many people do business with government or whomever will owe them. The money has not come in. You're expecting, and I'm going to pay the tax on that business that has been done, but it has not been paid. What do I do? You still charge me interest and penalties, but you've seen the computation, but the money has not come in. What do I do?
Now, KRA is an institution that is governed by law and run by men.
And women.
And women. Very, very true. No, actually, that's true. I think in this era, we have to say both men and women. But there was a time the word men... People. It's run by people. Thank you, Shiro.
Yeah.
It's run by people. And when you come and you meet your account manager, because every single taxpayer does have an account manager, and you explain the circumstances surrounding your transaction or your business, there are mechanisms through which we can onboard you for payment plans, like she mentioned earlier, or give you a time period within which you to settle your tax bills. Where pending bills are concerned, as you have highlighted several times, there are provisions administratively that look into that kind of scenario that is causing you not to meet your tax obligation or your tax payment needs. So yes, we administer the law, but we understand that there might be circumstances that may cause you as a taxpayer to not meet your obligation as is. And of course, within reasonable timelines, we give you payment plans, or we give you times to settle your affairs. Because even that same law provides for so long as you inform the commissioner of a particular transaction or a particular challenge that you're facing as a business, the commissioner may give you leeway or not based on the circumstances that you've presented to them.
We have to take a break. But you see the way you're talking? Even if I don't have the money, I'll go and find it to come and pay. But the problem is that people complain that when we go to KRA,
other things,
at Times Tower, we don't talk like Karan.
You make sure that your medical card is updated.
Yes.
No,
heart attack. Stress. Nothing is sure in life.
So I mean,
death and taxes.
So what
those two things?
What would be there in terms of how people are then treated, or how people have to then deal with the conversation when they're having face-to-face conversations about this thing? Seems to be a bit dicey sometimes. No,
it's not, because you see, at the end of the day, like I said, this is what I keep using. If you qualify, because we must verify that you do. Anyone can walk in and claim that they're not able to do so, but it is simply a matter of not prioritizing your tax obligations to us. If in this scenario, genuinely you qualify and you need some assistance in terms of meeting your tax obligations, there are provisions that can allow for that. And in terms of service delivery, I do believe if you visit any KRA office, you shall find our officers bound by the same ethos and the same values, where they're supposed to be trustworthy, ethical, competent, helpful, and simple. And any KRA officer that you meet must treat you within those values that we have as an institution.
Yes. Let's take a break and come back on that, where I remind you that the Aga Khan University Hospital specialized care is now in Roy Sambu. Need dialysis, cancer care, or a minor surgery? We now have the Aga Khan University Hospital specialized care unit at the Roy Sambu Specialist Center at the Jewel Plaza at the Roy Sambu roundabout. Some of the services available at the Roy Sambu specialty are dialysis, chemotherapy, daycare, surgeries, and endoscopy. The following specialists are also available here: oncologists, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, and internal medicine specialists, amongst others. There is the belief that it's available where you are, and that healthcare has to be made available where you are. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda,
then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay, so we're looking at partly sunny conditions at 16 in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23 and highs of 25 in a sunny Nakuru, 17 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 24 as well in a sunny Eldoret at 15. It's cloudy at 25 in Mombasa with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 26, 21 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 29, and into a sunny Kakamega at 20, highs of 29 as well. Mombasa's cloudy, I beg your pardon. Kampala is sunny at 21 with highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam still raining at 24. We'll go to highs of 28. 10 degrees and sunny in a cold Johannesburg, going to highs of 20. And we'll see highs of 31 in a very sunny Mogadishu at 27. It's 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22. Lagos is sunny at 26, and Kinshasa sunny at 22.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Still busy in the city this morning, and we're seeing most of it coming off of Thika Superhighway, and most of it concentrating in the CBD today, in and outbound, whether you're coming in on Moy Avenue or then through towards University Way out towards Westlands, or then coming in the other direction on Uhuru Highway and getting into the city out towards Mombasa Road. It's busy then coming in from Langata Road as well, but to be expected at this time, nothing too crazy. Even the Thika Superhighway has given up its ghost and said, you know what, guys, we're done with this. Just a little bit of that at survey as you get towards the CBD. Eastern Bypass also looking good, and for the first time in a long time, we don't have drama on Kangunda Road. Yay! We're keeping an eye on things, and so let's see what happens as we get through traffic hour this morning. Hopefully not too much of a scratch. Yes. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
22 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we're having an amnesty conversation with two tax experts from Kenya Revenue Authority. We're looking at the amnesty conversation this morning, and we're saying, okay, so you've accrued penalties, you've accrued interest on your principal amount that you must pay as tax, and some folks seem to be telling us that the amnesty program is working. But before we get there, and you say, how does that actually get into, how does it help Muthoni when you say, okay, fine, is it encouraging people to come in and pay when you tell them that we will not penalize you for whatever happened, just come and pay the interest? Do we see more people actually fulfilling their obligation with the offering of this amnesty?
Yes, we have many people, especially individuals, the zero filers, the nil filers, companies who had principal taxes owing. We have companies, you find someone has principal tax of up to, say, 2 million, but the penalty and interest in different various periods is almost the same 2 million. So you find those people are really coming out. I will settle my principal and the penalties and interest all waived.
And like you say, they can do a plan to...
Yes, it has actually been going on. Sure, it has been going on since September 2023, as he said. This is something that has been going on for 9 months now. It has been there. People who had, say, for example, we're working with someone who has, say, 2 million outstanding principal only. They were able to pay it in bits. September, they paid some amount. October, like that. On a monthly basis, you can pay it as often as you wish. And so long as you pay it by 30th of June, 2024. So we have 11 days.
What happens if you don't pay it by the 30th of June?
Whatever you will have paid by 30th of June. You know how taxes are distributed? It is, for example, say VAT, it's January VAT, February VAT. So if you had paid, say, from January to June, you had outstandings. Let's say in 2021, you had January to June debts. Yes. You have paid. The penalties and interest in January to June will be waived.
Okay.
So long as you've cleared. Amnesties per period, per obligation. Not per amount paid. It works like this. Say we have, let's say for example, you get a debt summary. We always give taxpayers a debt summary. This is your debt. I just can't come to you and tell you owe 2 million. How do I owe 2 million? Income tax, you owe say 500,000. This is the penalty. This is the interest. The income tax, which period? 2020 you owe this, 2021 this, 2019 this, like that. We give you a proper breakdown. Now say you go to 2019, you pay the principal component of the debt. The penalty and interest in that period is waived. So whatever period you shall not have cleared the principal tax by 30th June, the penalties and interest and fines, if any, in those periods will remain payable after 30th of June.
I was really hoping that if somebody comes on the plan and says, okay, I have 2 million principal, 2 million interest accrued and penalties, I want to join the program, they are then eligible for the waiver and then a plan to pay.
No. You see, when
those principal and interest must be cleared at the same time.
The principal is cleared, the penalty is an interest. You do your bit, we do our bit.
And you had a 9-month period.
It has been there. It came with the Finance Act 2023.
Let me ask this question. There is a concept, I'm referring to it as a concept because the reality of it I haven't witnessed. I'm sure some have. Well, a refund.
I wasn't quite sure where you were going with that.
But now you do.
I got it. Okay.
See, it exists.
Yes.
KRA sometimes refund.
Yes.
And is it prompt? Is it expeditious, or does it take time?
What have you heard?
As I respond to the refund question, I must also emphasize that the tax amnesty period runs for all obligations up until the 31st of December 2022.
Where we are currently.
Okay. Because this act came into force last year, and the framers of that particular piece of legislation limited the amnesty to 31st of December 2022. So all taxes from the beginning of time up until 31st December 2022 are the ones that fall within the amnesty period.
Yes.
Any new taxes from January 1, 2023 do not fall as present in law.
They're current, exactly.
Do not fall under the amnesty program.
Okay.
To answer your question of the refund.
Yes.
Refund actually exists, subject to you qualifying for the refund.
I mean, with KRA, we figured it out. You have to qualify for everything.
Yes, you do. Because City, you can come and claim from the Revenue Authority. Revenue Authority, you owe me 10,000 shillings. How are we supposed to respond to that? Whereas maybe Ndu generally has an actual refund of 100,000, and we're yet to verify it. So we need you to bring documents that can actually verify your claim.
It makes perfect sense.
And once you've done it, we must make that refund determination within 90 days. Not the refund disbursement. The determination as to whether you qualify for refund must be done within 90 days.
Okay.
Then now the disbursement is a matter of the exchequer allocating funds for that. So for example, Treasury does allocated for VAT refunds. Income tax refunds are things that possibly could be considered this particular financial year.
As in by 30th of June?
No.
This financial year is still here. It ends on the 30th.
Yeah, but come 1st of July,
we're
in a different financial
year. So are we
year.
talking consideration or are we talking disbursement?
We're talking consideration. You see, Kenya Revenue Authority. Disbursements happen where allocation has been made.
And allocation is something
appropriated.
Yes.
Wow.
And
That means it can only be a year, like after the verification.
No.
Also, there's a block amount that's made available.
Yes.
It's made available for refunds.
Okay.
And there's a refund section that has a target.
Okay. Now, KRA collects money daily.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remit it to Treasury daily? This is where I'm going with this question. I'm tying it in with the refund thing. You remit it daily?
It must be remitted to the exchequer.
Daily? you can't keep some to offset these small things.
But this is money.
Like
this
in the
is taxpayer money belonging to the exchequer. You must remember that KRA's function is to be the principal collector of government revenue. So KRA cannot keep money that is from UCT, from your salary, and everybody else in this studio for its own purposes. That is public money. So all we are doing is to be the custodians of public trust where revenue collection is concerned.
Okay. What I really wanted to ask is, since the disbursement is more or less indeterminate, are there penalties and interest that accrue to this refund when you've delayed paying me? Can I also claim?
Yes, there's an interest.
Yes. Okay.
That's fair.
That's fair.
But we don't know the details of it.
But what I think what Karanu... No, what's the interest, first of all?
I think what Karanu failed to say is the beginning of all this whole refund thing begins with the taxpayer. You need to apply for the refund.
So, the responsibility is upon your shoulders to actually get that done.
Taxpayers, especially companies, complain that those refunds take too long. Are you saying that the major problem is the application and verification, or is the biggest delay in the exchequer honouring refunds? Is the system working?
Yes, it's working.
On the side of KRA, it's working.
Okay.
Because you would try it, an idea, if you have a refund, just make the application.
Let's see. So let's talk about making applications. And I think that's where a lot of the questioning is coming in this morning from folks who are saying, okay, so the amnesty offering has been made. And as usual, what it is how do I actually go about it? Now we're talking nitty-gritty. I mean, we've been here and we're talking about it, but then let's hear it from you. What exactly needs to happen for me to apply for a tax amnesty? Okay, I don't have that much time, but okay, we're here. What do I need to do today, and how do I need to do it in order to be considered for amnesty by the 30th of June?
All right. We have different scenarios. There are people who have never... Let us begin with this. You cannot accrue arrears unless you file. And you have to file and file it by the due date. So if you have not filed your returns, kindly make sure you file all your returns up to date. The ones that are late will accrue penalties. If you had principal, it will accrue interest. But what we are saying is, you file, you pay, by 30th of June, of course we shall waive the penalties and interest for the amnesty period. And then there's someone who has already filed, they just have penalties and interest in the iTax system. If you log into your iTax, you see that you have penalties and interest, but you do not have any principal tax. There is something called the login trigger. Right now, the way the system has been made, if you are a person who has arrears in iTax, and these arrears are just penalties and interest and probably fines, but no principal tax, if you log in, the penalties and interest will be automatically waived. That is called the login trigger. And then there are people who have principal taxes alongside penalties and interest.
Mudhoni.
Yes.
Let's take a few steps back.
Okay, sorry.
Please.
All right.
When I hear you say login, ndu.oko@itax, let's just assume that's what it is. Then I put in my password and I go. By virtue of the fact that I have logged in,
yes,
the thing sees, Ndu is here. If she had any arrears or whatever, all of that is wiped out. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's called the law. If you do not have, especially, it is happening especially with people who normally file nil returns, and then they end up filing them late.
Okay.
So then they only get a 2,000 penalty, 2,000 penalty, 2,000 penalty.
Yeah.
The moment you log in, it's called the law, and you're up to date with your filings and everything.
Yes, yes.
The moment you log in, it's called the login trigger.
Okay.
The system automatically executes the amnesty.
Okay.
And then there's another trigger we call the payment trigger. The payment trigger is for people who have principal taxes that are hindering the system from executing the amnesty. So what do you need to do? You apply for amnesty. If you log into iTax, at the top there's a tab written Debt and Enforcement.
Yes.
Under that tab, there's just one drop down, amnesty application. You click on it, it will give you options to select the tax head for where you have principal taxes. And then you just go adding. The system will give you a payment plan. It does not need to be approved by a KRA officer. The moment you apply, the system will give you a payment plan. But now problem is right now we have 11 days. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this used to work very well when we had a lot of months. Say from September, there are people who came from September, from the beginning of the year. It would split the principal tax only into the months you have
left
until 30th June. Yeah. So right now, if you apply, it will give you one installment. Because that is
in other words, the target you've hit is likely to be the target you stay at.
No.
In amnesty.
No.
Because for somebody to come for amnesty, that means they have to have the money to pay.
Yes, you have to have the principal bit.
The principal. So you say you've had success of 1 million taxpayers who've gone for the amnesty. What were the number of non-compliant?
The number is still, I don't have the specific number, but the number is still high. We are
over 1 million?
Of what we were targeting, we are slightly above 50%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. But we are calling people to come. We still need it to go to 100%. So we think, kindly come forward. And let me just say something. Do not be afraid to go to your tax station. It doesn't matter how messy your account is. We are there and we are willing to help you comply with this thing.
Okay.
Repeat that again, please.
Say it again for good measure.
Do not be afraid, kindly.
Yeah.
Feel free to come. It does not matter how messy your account is. I have no interest there's no gain in me seeing you paying penalties and interest.
For goodness sake.
Even me, I don't want to pay penalties and interest. Yeah. The best I can do is come and help you comply with what is provided, like the amnesty, so that you benefit from you do your bit, you benefit from the other bit. But you need to come forward first, yeah?
Okay. And with 50% compliance, how come KRA didn't petition the present finance bill for an extension of the amnesty? If you've had 50%, are you seeing that these 50% then can't be reached? Maybe they don't want to pay?
No, I think
because
they just...
If it worked, why not give more time?
I think that is up to the government to decide. But basically, with the Finance Act, actually, I want to also say something. The Finance Act 2023 brought in the amnesty. It also deleted the waiver application and the right of applications, which is where we are saying, let us start on a clean slate, where there are no more accumulation. There's no more accumulation of penalties, interest, fines, and all that.
So, Karanuka, then maybe you can just expound a little bit more. And I think it's important because, again, if we're just looking at what people have said here, and these are probably amongst the people that 50% that are being waited for to come and apply for this, that. As you get in, and whether it is the login trigger or whether it is the payment trigger, what we're talking about now here is the penalties and interest. And then it gives you a further provision for the principal amount that you still have left for that to be paid in installments. Because there is also an understanding that you're waiving penalties and interest. You don't have to pay that at all. It's gone. It's zero. And then the principal amount that you have left, whatever that may be, that you can pay that in installments if you had come in September, for example, or if you had come in January. But are we essentially saying that now that we have 11 days, you're not going to get 11 installments and an installment per day? It's the rest of the amount that's then payable now. What if I can't?
They remain payable. The whole amount, the principal, the penalties, the interest, they shall remain payable.
Even if I'm not able to at that point,
they will remain payable.
Okay.
So, do I hear you to be
saying?
But
we can still give you a payment plan.
That's what I'm asking.
To clear the debt.
So,
but
that is what
the whole debt is payable. Let us first get that.
That's clear. But you see, we've come. We're having a conversation right now.
You've come, say today.
Yeah. I've come
today.
I've come.
Okay.
Karan, I've come. And I've told you. You've told me no matter how messy it is, I've come and I've said, look, you've said that we can waive the penalties and interest by virtue of the fact that I've come today. The principal amount is still remaining. Can I still have a conversation with you and say, look, this is what I'm able to do. I'm not because of 1, 2, 3. I'm having an open and honest conversation with you. Are you willing to hear me out and what can be done?
Yes, I'm willing to hear you out.
What can be done?
What happens? I think your major concern is if you go beyond the deadline.
Yes.
Having not cleared the principal tax.
Because we deal with an issue, and this is one of the questions that's even here, that we tend to leave things to the last minute.
Yeah.
And then there's the rush, and we're all running around trying to do 1, 2, 3, and then have to deal with that, isn't it? Why does that happen? And then how are you able to deal with that?
The way we deal with that is we can give you a payment plan. We won't be on your neck like pay the whole amount at once. No. You come, you say, I have this debt, I am not able to pay by this, so my amount payable is this. How can I structure it to be paid? We give you a payment plan. I cannot be able to pay. There are people who come forward and say, I can't pay this whole amount at once. Okay, fine, let us divide it into 8 months. Can you do that? Yes, it's okay. Fine, we sign the payment plan. You can even do the payment plan online. It's actually advisable to do the payment plan online via iTax. There's a tab for application for an online payment plan. We agree on the payment plan, we approve it. So your job will be to pay this installment on or by the due date.
So are you seeing a higher number of businesses and individuals unable to pay because of the economic times?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
So
people are struggling, but they are still very willing to do this. To do the
so
plan.
You're getting into more plans.
Yes, which is very advisable.
Some filing of returns don't happen because in some cases, and this is another big question coming out here, is that employers have not remitted payments. And it turns out that then becomes your responsibility. How do you deal with that if you even no longer work in that particular organization? And then you find out later, oh my God, these fellas never actually paid this thing. How do you deal with that?
So you visit your account manager, your nearest tax service office. You present them with your P9 for the period at which you're in the employ of that particular tax, or rather, of that particular employer. And now KRA shall administratively ensure that that particular employer comes into the compliance bracket. But you must inform KRA, because this could impede your ability to comply, because your account is showing that there is tax owing, but in reality it's because your pay credits were never credited to your individual account. So in that scenario, once the authority is aware, the respective account manager will follow up with that employer's account manager to see how we can regularize that particular account.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
and again, I think it's important we state that you as an employee, it is your job to file your returns on time, right?
Yes.
If your employer does not pay on time, KRA will be there. KRA is there to collect that money from this employer because they are hindering the compliance of all these employees.
Indeed.
Yeah. But let me also say that in a situation you as an employee have arrears that are due to your employee not remitting the pay they deducted.
Yeah.
For any facilitation you will need, KRA will facilitate you. Should it be the tax compliance, you've done your bit.
So they can do the rest.
We will do the rest. We will give you the compliance, the clearance, whatever certificate you need from compliance. So long as you filed your returns, file them on time, the fault is on your employer, we shall facilitate.
Big conversations to continue, and unfortunately time is short, but I think you should come back. Thank you very much, Karanu Mushiri and Muthoni Mbai. Thank you for being here this morning, and the conversations continue indeed. Asante sana. It's 9 a.m.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Domestic tax.
Court officials led by Judge Ruben Nyakundi condemned the killing of their colleague while calling it one of the most difficult times in the judicial department. The judges have also narrated cases where they have also faced such threats by members asking for appropriate judicial structures to avoid similar cases in the future. At the same time, Chief Justice Martha Koome has asked the government to protect judicial authorities to ensure a better working environment. And steps have been taken to ensure the safety of court premises to protect judges, judicial officers and staff in the course of their duties, says Chief Justice Martha Koome. Speaking during a special ceremony held at Makadara Law Courts to mourn and celebrate the life of Magistrate Monica Kivuti, Koome noted that the tragic incident had exposed and amplified the judiciary's long-held security concerns. Koome said that Kivuti's murder while in the seat of justice was unprecedented and amounted to an attack on judicial independence and the rule of law. She assured that the judiciary will work to boost security across all court stations using available resources. A new report now shows that non-governmental organizations spent a total of 197.9 billion shillings on projects in the last financial year. The annual NGO sector report 2022-2023, which was launched Monday, indicates that the investment in various charitable areas increased by 12.4 billion shillings compared to the previous year. Internal Security and National Administration Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo said the funds were allocated to various sectors, including health, education, welfare and agriculture, as well as water and sanitation, among others. 5 people are being held by Kilifi police on suspicion of drugging the drinks of unwitting victims to make them unconscious so that they can be robbed of their valuables. On board 2 vehicles, the 2 men and 3 women were apprehended at Mtwapa. Detectives from Kilifi South's SCCIO team followed and apprehended the suspects at Mtwapa Posta, according to a police report. The detectives were acting on intelligence. Kericho woman Representative Beatrice Kimei tabled a bill in the National Assembly seeking to protect teen mothers' right to education. Kimei in the bill proposed that pregnancy tests are not made mandatory for schoolgirls. Further, that if they do undergo them, then the institution heads are at liberty on whether or not to disclose the results to their parents. According to the MP, school heads must only reveal the pregnancy test results to parents if they are certain that by doing so, the expectant girls' lives will not be in danger. Kenya Power has announced scheduled power outages in 8 counties today. The power company said in a statement that the planned power interruptions will take place in diverse times between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The utility firm stated that the planned power interruption is scheduled to allow for network maintenance. The counties include Nairobi, Kisumu, Meru, Murang'a, Kiambu, Nyeri, Nyamira and Homa Bay. And City Hall has advised Kenya Power to consider ground cabling in the city to avert the need to prune or cut trees as a safety measure in the future. The advisory opinion was arrived at during the 27th ordinary session of the County Executive Committee meeting chaired by Governor Johnson Sakaja. The meeting raised concern over how the utility firm has been felling trees around the city, saying it contravenes existing bylaws. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, let's have a look at what's happening on the streets now. Still in traffic hour, but traffic has not been an issue today. It's actually been flowing really well. Coming off of Kangunda Road, not a problem there. And even on the Thika Superhighway, traffic has diminished significantly. We're just looking at the Pangani Underpass, where there's just still a little bit of that left. On Uhuru Highway, now everybody's converging and trying to get in and out of the city, whether you're going out through towards Westlands or coming this side of Mombasa Road. I think we're going to be all right for the most part of it. On Ngong Road, traffic then coming into the city as well has not been too painful. Taking a quick look at Wayaki Way coming out towards Westlands, that also has reduced quite some. So, okay, I think we're going to be out of traffic hour early today, but just in case something does pop off, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and as we get into our final conversation for this hour, Stanbic, make the switch. Do it now. Why, CT?
Well, there are many reasons. You can even decide which of those reasons you are actually going to apply to your life. But simply this, you're being given offers that are unbeatable. One, if you have a mortgage and you switch, or you seek for one, all you'll be required to pay is 9.5% and as a constant. And that is something that, as they say, you can take to the bank. Pun intended, of course.
Good one.
Yes, but on the other hand, if you have an account elsewhere, you can open yet another account with Stanbic. But the interesting thing is this. There is an incentive here. If you deposit 50,000 shillings in that account, automatically you are entered into a draw. Yes. Monthly basis, the earnings. Number one, 200,000. Runner up.
Well done.
See, I'm not doing too badly.
Not at all.
Yes, exactly. 50. Is it 100,000? Yes, 100,000.
Yes, it is.
Second runner up, 50,000. Then there's the major draw. That is 1 million shillings at stake here. Yes, but that's all you need to do, really. And if you have any other loan other than a mortgage, well, when you switch, they can take over that mortgage for you. Yes.
Switch to Stanbic.
Yes.
Essentially what it is. Okay, so then, guess what? I know you watch TV, and I know that everything you watch is a movie. Whether it's a football match, it's a movie. Whether it's a series, it's a movie.
Yes,
Whether
it
it's a
is.
movie, it's a movie. If it's a documentary,
it's a movie.
It's a movie.
I agree completely. Even if it's an advert, it's a movie.
It's a movie. So long as there are pictures moving on the screen,
it's a movie.
It's a movie. You're the kind of people Showmax like, because anything that moves, you're watching it. And they say, fantastic. There's an upgraded streaming platform for Africa. It's called Showmax. And you know what this is, because we've seen all this great stuff on it. I just finished watching Survivor 44, season 44. And then the Euros are here. So all the live matches, all of them, one to the last final match, you can watch on your mobile for 500 shillings per month. 300 shillings a month at least will allow you to watch this great program that premiered just the other day. Local production, great. It's filmed in the streets of Jericho, and it's 4 young women who've gone out to try and make a living for themselves. Unfortunately, they've chosen the route of crime, and it's just the intrigues and the ebbs and flows of all of this. Download the Showmax app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store, or go to the website www.showmax.com. Shika Showmax. Our next guest is in the studio. I personally must say that it was a long, we spoke on the phone many times. It was a long time coming, but he is here today, and I'm very, very happy. It would have been nice to have him when he was, in other positions, but I think it's even better that he's here now. And before I even tell you what his name is, he stood on the steps of a famous house and told us how things would happen. And because of him, there are phrases that we now use in Kenya today, and they've even become memes. Fellow Kenyans.
Yes.
Fellow Kenyans is here, Mama. Mutai Kagwe. Former cabinet secretary is here.
When all the nation was shut down and watching.
Fellow Kenyans. Every communication started with fellow Kenyans until Kenyans knew that they were fellow.
But the interesting thing is this. It also set a trend.
It did.
And it set a certain standard that is yet to be beaten, in that you are being communicated to on a daily basis.
Proper.
Now, as far as government communication goes, and the Honorable Minister is a communication person, that particular standard hasn't been met yet. We've never seen government communicating that effectively before then and even after.
It was beautiful to watch.
Yes.
We knew what was going on with COVID.
Yes.
If there was one case in the middle of nowhere, we knew. About it. And it was him who stood on the steps.
Yes.
And gave the information and the communication.
If the numbers went down, you knew.
We knew.
If they rose, you knew. In fact, you're so informed, you got to a point of feeling,
okay, we've had enough. Don't tell us tomorrow.
Okay, yes.
We almost know. We knew exactly what he was going to say. Mutai Kagwe, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
Yeah, good morning, Moga. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Yeah. It's been a minute, like you said.
Yes.
It hasn't even been a minute.
It's been a while, eh?
No, because, right. But we're glad that we're here all the same.
Thank you.
But Konya is here as well.
Of course I know.
Yes.
Well. Yes.
If I don't get it. So, we're very glad that you're here today.
Thank you.
And you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Indeed.
I cannot promise you that the degrees will turn down.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Fantastic.
I'm ready.
But before we turn it up, CT is going to welcome you with a proverb, which we normally do every day. Your job is to interpret that and tell us how it resonates with you.
Yes, our proverbs for this week ending this Friday are from the Republic of Mauritius, the island republic. Okay. When the head is too big, it cannot dodge blows.
Mm-hmm. He's writing it down.
And?
That's it.
That's it.
Your interpretation.
Your interpretation.
Of this one?
Yes.
Well, it's very apt, if you ask me. It is very appropriate for the day. Because to me, the interpretation I have for it, generally speaking, I assume it simply means, it's simply interpreted to mean that you are too big for your pleasures. Okay, you think you are high and mighty. You listen to nobody, take advice from nobody, and think that you are a man, you are the best thing that has happened to us since sliced bread. So I
don't say what you think, Waziri.
That's what I think. That's what I think. I think it simply means that you should develop some humility. The flip side of it is that you should develop some humility, listen to people a little bit more, take advice when you can, and treat everybody equally. Don't think that you are too big for anybody.
Indeed.
Wow. That's when your head is too big, because if you don't do that, when the chips are down and people go on the rampage, it's your head they are going to come for.
Indeed.
The big head that can't dodge the
cannot dodge the bullet.
Exactly.
And Azir, I'd like to say to CT that 3 out of 4, that is significant.
You know what Wanjiru is doing, don't you?
No.
Not only do I know what Wanjiru is doing, I know Wanjiru.
3 different perspectives have come to the same interpretation of your proverbs.
There you go.
So, CT, what was your intention in giving us that proverb?
Actually,
I think you are making a statement.
No, you asked the question, these proverbs are prepared well in advance. I don't prepare them in the week. No.
Yeah.
Like I can tell you which country we're going to next week, and I can tell you the one the week after that.
So you just pick.
You just pick.
There
And
you go.
I have 7 proverbs.
Then you go through them.
And I go through them. And I decide which ones. Sometimes I figure. But again, when these proverbs were picked, I didn't know some of the things
they would land
that are
today.
happening, they were going to happen.
Yeah, but the nature has got a funny way
of bringing things together.
Bringing what is supposed to be brought today. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
But
message.
it is a very strong one. It's a very
clear.
strong message. But then again, there is also the interpretation of just how things change,
Yes.
and yet how they remain the same. Because
Yeah.
this wasn't done yesterday. The proverb wasn't
proverb
made
was
yesterday.
years ago.
The proverb has been there for a long time.
Yes.
So as human beings, we must always be aware that this has happened before.
Yes.
And
Indeed.
it can happen again.
Very true.
Yeah.
So, fellow Kenyans, we're looking at budget and involvement of young people or young business people in politics. But before we get there, you came from a position whereby you were involved heavily in policy. In fact, I kept saying that your head must have been in a whirlwind because you took on the position of cabinet secretary and you were actually going to the World Malaria Forum that week that the first case of COVID, ask me how I know and why I was following you like that, but I do. And that weekend, the first case of COVID then was realized in Kenya and everything blew up in smoke. And I thought, my goodness, this guy gotta have some girth on him because, first of all, here we are doing something with malaria and other infectious diseases, and then COVID comes and everything takes a spin and government policy, and you had stood on the steps of Afia House and you had said, we're going to get rid of all of these cartels and we're going to make sure that everything is sorted out. Walk us through what happened at that point to where we are today, and you're talking about the need for people to be involved when it comes to essentially the infrastructure of government. What happens through all of that?
Okay. First of all, let me say thank you for the invitation because I haven't been here for a while. And as I walk through this building, I was very nostalgic because this is the commercial department and I used to be commercial manager in this place.
Director.
So I was commercial manager, then I became commercial operations director.
Yes.
But this was my team, and when I look at them, I feel for them because I know what they are going through at the moment, given the economy of the country. And therefore, I start from there. I start from feeling that this is not just when I became a minister. This is where I started, right here where we are. So anyway, going back to this, let me just say that it was a very difficult period. I was 12 days old in the ministry when the first case of COVID-19, came in. We knew about this disease because of, Wuhan in China. And also, we were aware that it had hit Italy very, very badly. And Europe was suffering. So we were aware that we were going through a very difficult period. And we also knew that there were some very difficult decisions that were going to have to be made. And it was so bad that when we I remember the day very clearly when I asked in the ministry how many infectious disease beds do we have in the country? And I was told we had 8. And I said, what do you mean 8? 8 as in this hospital? And also, no. 8 as in the Republic. So you can imagine, starting from there, and you are being told that thousands of people are going to need infectious disease beds. So it was a very, very, very tough time. But I'll tell you one thing. One, we had a very good team. It took teamwork. It's not an individual's. You can't praise one individual. It took teamwork. And we had the president who was listening to us, and guiding us and telling us what decisions do you need to make. And the second thing is that we had very many experts. We pulled in a team from the University of Nairobi, JK, Moore University. We pulled in a team of epidemiologists who are very good in their job. And we put them together in a room. Sometimes you separate them, tell us a case, give us your scenario, let's try and combine these scenarios so that we can make informed decisions. So we were not just speaking, it wasn't just Mutahi Kagwe coming there and saying what he thinks. It's a question of what is the science behind the decisions that we are making.
Right.
And therefore, even when they were making different decisions in Europe, we would say that's a European decision. but we have our own decisions because of our own environment. And sometimes I would get calls even from them, from ambassadors around, and say, Mutai, what is this decision that you have made? You're not closing down this thing. And I say, yeah, the science doesn't say that. You say, they have closed in the UK, they have closed in Israel. Say, we are not closing. Why? The science doesn't indicate that. That's what my experts are telling me. So I think teamwork, first and foremost, use experts, the use of experts, and then a nation that listened. Because people listened. I mean, of course, you have the errant people who always do the thing, but largely, people listened. And the third thing that I think was important is what you have just said, communication. We knew that there was a lot of panic in the country. We knew that people needed information. This is a science-based issue. It's not a political issue. So we had to communicate with them. And you remember this, as you are saying, this communication from the podium virtually every day. Yeah. If it wasn't me, then it was one of our people in the Ministry of Health. And sometimes we also invited other ministers, other cabinet secretaries to come and make the decisions. For example, during the Islamic holidays and so on, we had Najib Balala come and give some of those communications because we knew there were some things you would say that were understood better, coming from a fellow Muslim than from a Christian who probably doesn't understand.
Well, it's not sensitive to those matters.
Yeah, I'm not sensitive.
Yeah.
We also had sometimes very sensitive cultural rights that we had to go against. And therefore, when those things were happening, sometimes we would call, I remember calling the late C.S. Magoha to come and help me, because of the rights that were happening some places in Nyanza. And we wanted to communicate to them that we can't do them. But rather than me go and tell them this is what you must do and feel like you are I'm communicating to them rather than with them, so we had several changes and several communication systems that we had to put in place, for people to listen. We had the Mwangangi, talking to the youth because she was more youthful than we were. And therefore, and the youth listened. At some point they say, don't even talk to us now. We have got our own communication. Bring her in, So, it took quite a bit of work. It took quite a bit of communication skills. But largely, I'm grateful to Kenyans because they listened.
And I'd just like to chime in to say, because of your leadership and because of the style and really all that you're saying here, the teamwork, the science-based decision-making, working across the sectors and very clear communication, I think the country, the people of Kenya fared much better. I think we dealt with COVID, which was, such a difficult situation, but your leadership really made it manageable. And so I think I would like to echo what Ndu and Siti have said. There's something else very exciting that came out for me in the conversation, and it came out very quickly, which was about the community-based health system. And I think you went, worked quite fast even to preparing a community, was it a community health-based bill?
Yes.
I haven't tracked that process to see whether the bill got enacted. I know now we've gone into community health workers. I don't know if we got the spirit of what was supposed to happen. We now have shift coming in. What I'm asking is, do you think the changes that are taking place are in the spirit of the discussions you are having, that really responses need to be bottom up as opposed to top down healthcare?
I don't think so. And as I've said before in many interviews that I've gone to, I do not like to criticize, the office which I held. I don't like criticizing the person who is holding the office because I assume that they are operating on a philosophy and policy that probably guides the challenge of the day. But let me say this. Whatever the situation is, I think you need to understand what the end game is so that you can start planning now. Unless you have an end game, then it doesn't really work. For example, on the community health workers, the reason why community health workers are so important in this country is because, the real small issues that arise that can jam a hospital and should not actually be taken to a hospital. There are people who can deal with them at home. community health workers are very, very important. In a country like Cuba, for example, you'll find that even the doctors work within the community health system. So that within a community group, there are doctors. And medicine goes to people rather than people come to medicine. And that's a huge philosophical change in thinking. So my view is that it's an area I don't feel there is sufficient emphasis. I don't think we completed ourselves in emphasizing the situation enough. But I think that is where it should all go. Family doctors, as they are called, family doctors do not wait for people to come to the clinics. They go to the people. For example, within the community, if you know that there are 3 pregnant women, then the doctor has got a rota of when to go and visit those women, where they are in their own homes. That's the role of the community health system, and it works very, very well if it is sufficiently funded, sufficiently trained, and sufficiently appreciated.
So you talk about, and this is the thing that I think that we saw a similar thread running in, whether it's the involvement of new faces. I mean, and everybody, when we look at how this communication happened and how certain things happened then, and we say it then like it's 10 years ago, but it was 3 short years ago.
Yeah.
And then here where you are in 2024, where certain other things are happening politically, at a policy level, whereby we're saying that there must be budget and involvement of people across board. How is that supposed to happen?
Okay, let's put it this way. What you are seeing right now with the Gen Z group, so to speak, and I do hope that as we speak, nobody is in jail. I hope that they have all been released. I hope they are all at home, and I'm very proud of them personally. I think that, you see, there has to be a congruence between the government agenda and a common citizen's agenda. Those two things have to work together. What you are seeing, and the reason why you are seeing this gap, is because the citizens are thinking one thing and the government is thinking another. And the communication about what the government thinking is not there. Okay? So that if first and foremost, people have to pay taxes of some sort or other. Because it is how governments survive, it is how governments run. But you see, if you want me to pay taxes, you've got to convince me why I am paying those taxes. If you go back a little bit to about 20 years back, and you remember in 2002, when the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the late president, took over, the government was doing very badly. We were borrowing a lot of money, but his idea was to close the gap between what we were borrowing and what we were producing in the country. And people volunteered to pay taxes. Why? Because people knew exactly where those tax money was going to. So if you can communicate enough that this is why these taxes are here. So if you're general, you have to start from what's the end game again. My end game would be to create jobs. All right, let's create jobs. Because when you see the Gen Zs in the streets, the reason why they're in the street is because they have been fired from their jobs. They can't afford food. Okay, and these are my kids we are talking about, because me and my Gen Z dad.
Right.
All right. So it is my kids I'm talking about, and I can see it. That's why you find grown people living in their mother's home, in their mother's homes, and in their father's homes. They can't afford to live. So when that is what is happening, your agenda, the common agenda that you must have, is to say whatever taxation regime that you are going to have in place must be the one that is responsive to that situation, so that anybody who creates a job gets a tax break. Because that's the idea. The idea is to create jobs. All right. So is this tax I'm proposing going to A, lower the tax of living, B, create jobs? Two things. Lower the cost of living and create jobs. So if you communicate that that's what you are trying to do, that's why I'm taxing you, so that I can get this done, then you'll find that people's response will be, yes, we are going to go through a tough time, but we know why it's happening. But when I'm being fired, and then I'm being told bread is going to cost you more, I'm like, are you kidding? Is this for real? You know, you don't believe it. So I think that the issue at hand is, what is your end game? What do you want to achieve? What's your objective? Surely the objective cannot, taxing people is not an end in itself. The budget is not an end in itself. The budget is a means to an end. So what is this end that you're talking about? And you cannot tell us that you are taxing us so that I can pay a debt. You guys in the Uhuru administration, you went and borrowed money. Yes. We are gone. We are not there. Tell us what you're doing, not what happened. Nobody is interested in history. Otherwise, go to class and teach history.
Well,
so this is about what are you going to do? What's your end game? And if you can communicate to Kenyans what your end game is, I think they'll accept what you're saying.
Let's come back after a break and look at then how folks can be involved, because that's what we're saying, that it has to be citizen-centric at the end of the day. And if we're looking specifically at younger people today, how they be involved in the businesses that they are operating in. Mutahi Kagwe is our guest this hour, and we're looking into issues concerning involvement at that level. As we go to the break, Specialized Care is brought to you at Roy Sambu Specialty Clinic. It's the Aga Khan University and Specialty Care Center at the Jewel Plaza on Roy Sambu Roundabout. Some of the services available at Roy Sambu Specialty Center include dialysis, chemotherapy, daycare surgeries, and endoscopy. The following specialists are also available: oncologists, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, and internal medicine specialists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital believes that the quality specialized care should be available near where people work and live. You can get specialized cancer and kidney care at the Roy Sambu Specialty Care Center. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
26 minutes to 10 o'clock. Our conversation with former Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Mutahi Kagwe, continues this morning. And we're having conversations about, okay, what's your end game? I think it's interesting that you brought that up. What's your end game? And looking at how you practice that within communication and information that you share with people to the present day conversations that are happening around government and how Kenyans ought to be involved in all of this. Is it possible to have a government operating, listening to its people and bringing them in on issues of policy, data, information? Is it possible to involve everybody? Because they say, you know what, if everything that we need to do as government is brought to the people and discussed, we're never going to get anything done because everybody's going to have their opinions. That's one argument that is given. May not make sense, but it comes across.
Well, first of all, let's differentiate between listening and hearing because they are two different things. And I think that a lot of times people are not actually listening, all right? They're just hearing things. They are out there and they have gone out there not with the intention. Our constitution mandates us to listen to the people, and public hearings are part of the process of lawmaking in this country. But you have to make public hearings meaningful. And there are two sides to that. The citizens themselves have got to make public hearings meaningful, so that when you go to make a presentation, you go to make a serious presentation, a well thought out presentation. On the flip side of it is that the committees and the committees of parliament are the ones that are responsible for public hearings. They have got to go and listen, and actually listen and hear what people are saying. Now, it all depends on where you came from, If your idea was to create some political capital, where, for example, you go there and you say, I'm going to tax bread 16%, I am going to tax sanitary pads, I'm even going to tax diapers. Diapers.
For goodness sake.
What am I missing here? So very well people are going to make noise. Very well people are going to complain about bread, because that's the last thing that you tax. But you are doing it so that you put people in this pit hole, all right? You make people jump into a hole, you watch them scream inside there, then you lift them up for them to praise you. You say, oh, you are so kind, you removed us. You are so nice, you removed tax on bread. It wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. Nobody in his right mind is going to do that right now. So very well, this is just a political.
What are you saying, Mutahi?
I am saying in my mind it was never supposed to be there.
Sure, we can say it was not supposed to be there, but are you saying that it was put there knowing full well that it would be removed?
Absolutely.
In order for this glorification that you're talking about to happen?
I believe it. It is the only explanation. There is no other explanation that I can see. Because you cannot honestly tell me that at a time when Kenyans are crying as much as they are, you go out there and say, guess what? It's not enough that you are crying. I'm going to put some tax on bread. Yep. And you're talking about babies? I'm going to tax your babies too. And women here are screaming and making so much noise about other things. Forget about the dress. I'm going to tax your sanitary pads too. Seriously. And you expect me to believe that this is what you intend to do? I don't believe it. I believe that what you want to do, there is this tendency, this philosophy of put people in the hole, remove them from the hole, and they will praise you. So take us to Canaan. We are in Canaan. Take us to Egypt, so to speak. Take us to Egypt. We'll bring you back from Egypt, and you'll be our Moses. All right. So I honestly believe that there is no way anybody would have proposed those kind of taxes at this particular time. So forgive me if I don't believe it. I just don't see it. I see it simply as a political maneuver. All right. But they have been called out. All right. It has been called out. And I think that next time, and that was an end game. You're talking about end games. To me, that was an end game. It didn't work. I think it has backfired. I think that Kenyans are not going to praise anybody because of saying that you're not going to tax bread. There are some other taxes that are still there, that need to be looked at. And I hope that in the amendments, during the amendments stage of the bill, there will be more amendments that will be made. Now, I want to emphasize that I appreciate that countries must be financed through taxation. But it is important for us to ask ourselves, we are taxing to end where? All right, where do we want to go when we tax? That's essentially what I'm saying. And therefore, when you see people in the streets, they get it. All right? Not to paraphrase.
They don't get it?
They don't get it. I think they get it.
Yeah.
I think they get it very well and very clearly. And therefore, I think that the generations that we have, the Kenyan of today, is not a person who can be fooled easily. They can see right through your machinations.
Do you think things are changing? So are they different in character that you then cannot continue to deliver government? And I say deliver government deliberately. One of the things that you said that stuck in my mind for a very long time is if you treat this thing normally, it'll then come and treat us abnormally later. That's interesting because you came up with so many things that we can use today. And that in that instance, you were talking about COVID. But here we are and we're saying, if you take the way the country has presented itself, whereby you have a now woke generation of people who are saying, you know what, we're not just going to take this lying down. You have people who've been supporting the cause before who saying, no, it cannot continue like this. It has to shift. Do you think that the character of the situation has changed to the point whereby any forward-thinking, leaning government has to take these changes into consideration? Otherwise, it'll turn on its head.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree. You have put it as best as anybody would. You see, every generation is different from the previous one, from the previous generation. And what we are seeing today is a generation that is extremely exposed. You know, when we were growing up, you know, there was only one phone in the village. You know, somewhere where they used to ring, and then you would call the operator, and then the operator would call you 2 hours later and tell you whether he has connected you. That's the world we grew in.
My goodness.
These people are growing up in a completely different world altogether. We are talking about a people who are extremely exposed, as I said. We are people who are extremely knowledgeable, you know, much smarter than we were ever were at that age. And for a long time, this is also a generation that has stayed away from politics, that stayed away from public responsibility. And here comes the crunch. They have been pushed and pushed to the extent that they have now clearly realized that it's their lives, that politics is what makes their lives. Like Moi said, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. It has dawned on them now that it's about us. If we have a poor government, if we have members of parliament who can't defend a budget, then it is we who will suffer. It is our jobs that will go. And I think that realization has pushed them to the point where now they are taking responsibility. What you saw yesterday is part of the process of taking responsibility and taking the bull by the horns, so to speak. That was a very historic and momentous occasion in our nation, to realize that people do not need to be led by a famous politician to object to a situation that they don't like. And I think that if anybody didn't realize it, if it didn't dawn on anybody, then that person is blind. As blind as you can get. Yes, Wanya.
Can I jump in there? There's something you said that's really provoked me. I was there yesterday in the backgrounds trying to figure out what's happening, just really mystified. I haven't done very many marches. I've done enough in my time, and it wasn't a march. It was just the way Gen Zs do their thing. So it was an amazing energy. And in the process, there were also celebrities on the ground. And when you talk about, we had written off, maybe there was this perception that Gen Zs like the soft life. In fact, there's a song that had come out about soft life about 2 years ago. And the musician who sang that song, Blinky B, was at the march yesterday. So as you said that, I made this association and said, this is the soft life generation. And they've come out and they've said enough with these, this political misbehavior. And I love the character they brought to the march. It's creative. Their communication, you're a communication expert. And we've seen Gen Zs are expert plus. They are explaining the finance bill in 3 short minutes so that anyone can understand. And I was watching the news yesterday, and the commentary from around the country by ordinary Kenyans was so clear on what they want, what they expect, what is wrong. But to the question that Ndu is asking, I think the revolution, because it's a revolution, it's a transformation. It's a social transformation, it's a revolution, one way or the other, because we are moving from one paradigm, one political paradigm to another. This is a political-centric, this is a citizen-centric, is happening. But there are some barriers, and you were talking about jobs. What needs to happen? Because as I was sitting there, I was saying, okay, the youth are ready. I think these youth are ready.
What are they ready for?
And what support do they get so that they can sustain this? Because they are saying, I think they are ready to take the political, to enter the political space, to make political decisions.
Would you therefore say that that's where the real revolution has taken place? Because this was a generation that had shown zero interest in politics. And then suddenly now, not taking an interest, they are taking center stage.
And I would say they had shown zero interest because even if you look at the elections registration, the voter registration, we had a large section of youth that did not bother to register. Then another large section did not bother to vote because they were disaffected. So actually their protests had been happening. They were looking and saying this is an adding up, and now they've come out. So they are ready.
Would you say that soft life of theirs was affected in some way or the other?
Maybe that's what needed to be done.
There you go.
And they realized, wait a moment, this thing that I'm ignoring actually affects my life in ways I did not actually.
And look at what has happened.
But isn't there always an opportunity where that iron strikes and then you see that something needed to happen in order for those waters to break through?
I think the following. First of all, let me just emphasize what Wanjiru said about the inertness, the ignorance with which young people have been treating politics. And we've been talking about this for a long time. Some 5 million Kenyans, 5 million people who were eligible to vote did not even register to vote. 5 million of them. 8 million registered but did not even vote. All right? 8 million of them. So you're talking about some 13 million. The President of the Republic of Kenya was voted in with some 7-point-something million votes. That tells you that the non-registered and non-voting people are enough to choose a president themselves. That's
a political agenda.
That's the biggest of the lot.
But what you say is an interesting perspective because we've had it happening before at the dawn of multipartyism, where you would find we didn't have these laws of 50+1. The president of the day wins with less than 40% of the votes. But they win, meaning
in fact, sometimes, one time it was 36%.
Yes, one time it was 36%, which means those who didn't vote for you are more than those who voted for you.
How would you know that those who are in positions, and it doesn't matter whatever level, because here we are talking about governance, broad strokes. How would you know, or how would we be convinced that those who sit in positions of government then are taking these positions into consideration, the voice of the people, the voice of those who are, in young business, the voice of students, at the very, from bottom to top? How would we see? What would the manifestation of that be?
Well, I think the proof of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. In this sense, what is it that they want? What is it that the citizens want? If the citizens are getting what they want, if we are moving towards the citizens' common agenda, then yes, that is, we are succeeding in what we want to do. But more importantly, and to the topic of the day, is to realize that now that the citizens, now that the Gen Z and other people, and even older people, are now realizing the importance of the political space in terms of their lives and their lifestyles, I think that one of the things that must come to bear, is that not only must they be in the streets, which is a good thing because they are expressing their constitutional right. And I think that it's wrong, and I must also say this, it is wrong for the police to interfere with a peaceful demonstration. Gen Zs are not violent. There was no expression of any violence. There was no stone thrown anywhere. And I think that the best that the police should do is to protect the demonstrators and to just govern so that walk along them, do whatever you want, observe the demonstrations, but do not start violence. These are your children. You're starting violence on. So I would say, to a large extent, it's not all the policemen, by the way, who are violent.
Sure.
Because if all the police were violent, then there would have been a melee, a violent melee out there. But I think that those who are violent, and we watch them on TV, should not have done that. Let people demonstrate peacefully. Let them make noise, all right? Noise is a way of expression. And you can't arrest somebody because they are shouting or making noise. And I think one of the things that happened to this nation is that the democratic space has entrenched itself so deeply that there is no amount of violence that can be able to defeat it today. All right? It's going to be there. The second point of this is this. I think that the involvement, to your point, if you really want to see change, the involvement of Gen Z and other younger people, and I particularly want to address the Gen Zs who are in business, because one of the missing links in politics, if you ask me today, is that there are not enough voices talking issues that relate to people's lives. In other words, how informed are the younger people who are pretending to be in parliament, in county assemblies? How informed are they in order for them to create this change? It is not enough that you just put a young person there. The young person has to have the ability and capacity, to inform change. And I think that what has happened in the past, and I hope that this is going to change, is that young successful people see politics as a dirty thing that they don't want to get involved in. All right? That is something. I'm a businessman, and I can tell you, when I was 30 years old, working in this place where we are now, in the Standard Group, I was invited by some 4 wazees in Nyeri County who told me that I should join politics. I told them I have got a very good job at the Standard. I have no intentions of ever joining politics because I'm not a politician. Politics is for some other people. And an old man, the late Councillor Kiongo, told me at that point, and I remembered it in 1996 when I was going broke in my business. He told me that you will come to realize one day that these businesses you are so fond of, these businesses that you are doing, will be nothing if the politics is not right. If the politics is not right, these businesses that you are doing, these jobs that you are creating, you'll not be able to create if the politics is not right. And I think that this is what the younger generation must come also to see. Years later, I saw it with my own eyes. I experienced it myself when when Moi printed money in 1992, when we had hyperinflation, the business that I had started, having left the Standard, collapsed. Inflation went hyper. Interest rates went to 46%. All right, and there was no way. Unless you are running a cocaine business, there is no way you are going to survive. So, and that was politics, printing of money. So, and why are we? So we have to come to realize that we want this young generation to produce able people. And how are they going to get involved? I'll propose 3 ways. The first one is that they must identify individuals, and we, older politicians, must participate in this. And you must participate in this city. All right?
Older politicians.
You people who are not politicians must also come to the table and say, I know that this young lady called Wanjiru can do it. All right? But she's shy. She doesn't want to get dirty. She doesn't want to get in there. We must call her in, convince her that you should do it. All right? Gandhi in India, the fight for India and the freedom of India was bought by Gandhi. Gandhi was a lawyer. At some point, when he went back to India from South Africa, he didn't actually want to get involved until the federal lawyers called him and said, no, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be leading the people, not here sitting in a law firm. Okay? And that's what happened. So the first thing is identifying and convincing those people. The second thing to say is that not all young people, not all business people are going to be politicians. Thank God, not all of them. So that a majority of them are going still to be doing business and creating jobs, which is really what we want. But they must also have their friends, their kin, their people of similar minds, similar thinking, working within Parliament so that they can support them. So those who are not going to join politics should then provide ideas, should then provide funding, support for those who are going to be in the field fighting for themselves. Is going to do this, which is the third thing. What we are trying to do is raise the level of our politics. All right? We remove gangsterism from politics and raise the level so that people can feel comfortable being in politics. A lot of young ladies, for example, don't feel comfortable at all being in the political space. Why? Because of the gangsterism nature of politics. And I think that we need to raise that level. We need to raise a level of debate. and so on. One of the things that the president said yesterday, and which to a point was true, is that today everybody is debating about the finance bill.
Yes.
All right? Everybody is debating about the finance bill. Everybody is aware of that there is a debt and so on. I agree with him. Thank God that is happening, because if they want, then you would have passed a bill, that has got some very dirty things
in it.
Having said that, the issue is, even as we pass the bill today, what are we doing it for? What is it we want to do? How are we going to measure the success of the budget that we have put forth? Can we say how many jobs, for instance, do we want to create by the end of the financial year, so that we can say we are taxing you because by the end of this financial year, this is the number of jobs
that we will have,
that we want to create, and this is the way we are doing it. We are using duty on manufacturing goods. All right, we are paying pending bills, because pending bills have been there for a very long time, Kibaki time, Uhuru time, and they are still there. But if you can come up with a solution and tell us we are paying the pending bills to the young business people, so that they pay, so that they can create jobs.
But let me ask you this question. Your position is a very unique one. During the time we went into politics, and the various things you've done in politics, from member of parliament to being a minister, to being a senator, to being a minister again. Now that you're not involved in active politics, or no, you may be involved in active politics, but you don't have a political seat. When you're in and out of politics, there's knowledge you glean. There's an understanding of certain things that you acquire when you're in there and then when you're out. Why is it that political parties, and you belong to some, why is that we have never seen them nurturing young members of their political parties to do the very thing that we're discussing now? Because then the pool of young people who would have been nurtured, and in being nurtured would have been imbued with the understanding that they in turn, when the turn comes, would nurture people who would carry on the very things we're saying.
Well, Siti, let me first say this. Like Martin Luther King said, it is always the right time to do the right thing. And that's why we are speaking. That's why we are here. That's what we are trying to do now. All right? This is what we are talking about, young people getting involved. I think that, for a long time, political parties in this country have had only one purpose, to go to parliament.
Yes.
To get elected. Period. If you ask anybody the difference between Party A and Party B in terms of ideals, in terms of philosophy, you'll find that there is none. The only different thing I remember is way back in 1997, when the Social Democratic Party, wanted to take space in this country. And we did run a campaign in 97 that had some members of parliament.
It was a good campaign.
With a very clear agenda.
Philosophical.
Objective, with clear policies about the stuff that we wanted to do in this country. All right? And unfortunately, for whatever reason at the time, the party did not grow, the way it was supposed to grow. And I think that if you look at other countries, if you look, for example, just south of us, to Tanzania, the Chama cha Mapinduzi has been there for a very long time. I think KANU would have done it. I think KANU would have been the party that people stuck to had they moved with the times. The problem is that they let a generation go and continued, and then they shifted from an interest in the country to an interest in self. I think that what has happened over the years, and the reason why you find that these parties are not taking deep, very deep, conscious decisions to recruit and to move forward, is that the intention was never that.
Right, from the get-go.
From the get-go. The intention was simply to go to parliament. And then on the next one, you'll get into another bus.
Right.
And then do the same thing. It's unfortunate.
It is.
But that is
the reality
the truth.
Of the day. And
that's why we need these new young business people, young philosophers, young journalists, in parliament.
Right.
So that they can make a difference and create some of those things.
And do you think that there is, because it looks as though, here we're going to go over a few minutes, and it looks as though there is the need to form some kind of gate or cage over new people, as opposed to saying, let's let them find their space? Are we saying that those who've been there before need to show the way to the new ones who will come forward, or are we just going to let them go through and find their way?
I think it's a combination of the two. We need new energy. We need an infusion of ideas, always, all the time. It doesn't matter whether there's a new business, even this place where we are in, you always need an infusion of new ideas and new business people and new concepts that people have created over time. Because the problem with having been there for a long time is getting comfortable. You get comfortable in your space and you think that things will always be the way they are, which is falsehood. They will always change. You know, there is dynamism in life that you cannot stop. Therefore, I think the answer to your question is that we need new people to come in. We also need some of the experienced people in government so that there is something to learn from. You have got people to gain from. And there is also institutional memory. You know, one of the problems of one of the problems that we have is lack of institutional memory, whether deliberate or otherwise. You'll find that you run a ministry for 5 years. Instead of the next minister coming in and continuing to do what they are doing, they start other things, you know, start writing new papers, start writing new things, whatever, you know, and then 3 years down the line, they move out and another paper starts.
There you go.
This issue of continuity is crucial for development. And I think that, therefore, let's bring these young people in. And when I say young, I'm not talking about people in their 20s or people in their teens. I'm talking about a generation that is there between the 35s and 45-year-olds who are nowhere. You know, they are not participating. And they are able and they are smart and they can do it. These are the people I'm trying to encourage to come in and take their space.
And change things. It's been good having you here. I wish we could do this more often. And it's an open invitation for you to come back. Say yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate. I think we must start behaving abnormally, you know, at the moment for the situation to go back to normal.
There's not a better way to end it this morning. Thank you for being here and thank you for being part of the conversation in the Situation Room this morning. It's 3 minutes after 10 o'clock. We'll be back again tomorrow morning, God willing. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief.
Murang'a, Kiambu, Nyeri, Nyamira, and Homa Bay. And City Hall has advised Kenya Power to consider ground cabling in the city to avert the need to prune or cut trees as a safety measure in the future. The advisory opinion was arrived at during the 27th ordinary session of the County Executive Committee meeting chaired by Governor Johnson Sakaja. The meeting raised concern over how the utility firm has been felling trees around the city, saying it contravenes